So Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome again to our kickoff for our market show here at the Classic Fall Edition. Want to thank everyone for coming on this Saturday and joining us. The Classic Fall Edition is really kind of a warm-up to our traditional event that happens in February. So make sure you're studying our February calendar of events. We've mixed up our schedule a little bit to better accommodate our consigners, as well as the junior families. So again, welcome here today. We're honored to have a great crew working in the ring, and by far honored to have our judges that are going to be spending their weekend with us. Sorting our market cattle and breeding cattle today is Mr. Mark Core. Mark is coming to you from Pella, Iowa. Him and his family raise mains, keys, involved in the club calf business, as well as Mark has been with Vermeer Equipment for several years. So again, welcome to the Classic again, Mark. We're honored to have you here. Our showmanship, how showmanship is going to work here today and tomorrow, is we will be presenting the buttons to kids in the classes. And we've kind of brought in a couple experts in showmanship. They find showmanship a priority. Very honored to have a young lady here that competes nationally, Miss Lauren May. Lauren, put your hand in the air. She'll be working with her dad, and I've been teasing her. She's going to keep her dad in line today. So Lauren and her dad, Bob May, it's extremely an honor to have you here. They're from Mineral Point, Wisconsin. Again, they're excited to work with your kids all day today. They'll be given some buttons, and then we'll have showmanship at the conclusion of our show. And with that, the Classic's been in existence for 32 plus years, and one constant sponsor at the Classic has been KRVN. It's always an honor to have our official MC here, a member of the KRVN team, and today is Miss Susan Littlefield. So with that, Susan, we're going to turn it over to you for today.
Wonderful, and thank you very much, Ronette, and good morning and welcome, everybody. A couple folks have asked, yes, I'll keep you up to date on what the score is of the football game once it gets underway at 11 o'clock, unless you're sneaking away between shows to go watch it. Well, we've got a great show, great kids that have been working hard, great moms and dads, grandmas and grandpas behind the scenes as well. We're going to start it off with this market cattle show. Again, as you heard Ronette say, if you get a pin, you have qualified for the showmanship. We'd like to welcome into the ring Class 1. This is Class 1 of market heifers. These heifers will weigh from 1,280 pounds to 1,446. This will be Class 1 market heifers.
you know, Susan, the numbers might have been small in the market heifer show, but the quality sure does not disappoint. And again, want to thank these kids for hanging on to these heifers and bringing them on out one more time before they hit their end point or maybe get kicked out. And again, the Classic's very honored too. The market heifer will be receiving a $50 gift certificate to Weavers, which is H&H. Brad and Sherry are actually the sponsor of that. So make sure and thank Brad and Sherry for all their support here to the Classic. And again, they're located on the north side of the ring. The reserve will receive $25. And so I know the crowd's kind of small ringside, but put your hands together and let's thank all of these boys and girls for bringing these heifers to the Classic.
Well, good morning, and certainly what a great way to start. When the first two or three come in here at the Market Heifer Show, I'm sure it's indicative of what we'll see throughout the day of highly well-shown, highly presented cattle, and there will be, I think, some give and take through the day just based on time of year, and we'll probably have that opportunity to try to balance some things from a maturity pattern perspective and weight in the market side or freshness in the heifer side, and that's natural and certainly makes sometimes these fall shows as fun as they can be, a little bit challenging as well. But I love to come out here, Renette and the girls, and everybody does such a great job, and looking forward to spending the next couple days with Bob and Lauren as well. I'm going to talk about these top two. They're not placed yet, and I think they're so uniquely different that it's a tough decision, from my perspective. The one of the young man's that stands out front, as I compare those two, she certainly has an advantage in freshness. A lighter weight one for sure compared to the one that's right behind her and some that go farther down the class, but she's the one that kind of gives us the nicest, most natural look up through her head and neck. I think she is, as we get our hands on her, she's decisively better, I think, in terms of the freshness and consistency of handle that she's got. One that does a nice job structurally up high in terms of having some flex to her spine and how she handles herself out through her hip. She struggles a little bit down low, and, Renette said maybe sometimes this is their last show before their end point or get put out, and it's tough to keep these cattle quite as flexible. She just gets a little outside of her structure on both ends and just doesn't get as comfortable out here in the step. I don't think there's as much natural muscle in this one as the one that's right behind her, and as we kind of peel the condition off both of them, I think that's a harder evaluation. But I don't know if just naturally, when I look at her center and lower stifle, if she's quite as expansive. But if you just want to get one that's just more right in terms of yield grade predictability and freshness, she has the advantage of the two. There's no doubt the one that's right here in front of me is highly, highly presented. One that's got an advantage in extension. She's just longer spined and longer hipped than the one that's right ahead of her. She's one that's bigger at the ground, at least in terms of bone. I'm not sure if foot size is much different, but she's bigger at the ground. Certainly got a good amount of depth of forerib and depth of flank. She's one that, get behind her, I think there is more natural shape in her in terms of just width and mass in the center and lower portion of her stifle, and I think a tick more up high as well. The challenge with this one is this one just too far in terms of condition at this point in time? And she certainly handles smooth enough, but there's extra condition there, and you can see it up through her neck as well. But again, I think meat animal shape, I think length aside, I think that one that gets out and moves a little more correctly in terms of within her structure, that's her advantages. So I've been back and forth with these all day. The one I think's just got more meat animal shape today, one that's just a little more right and square and basic down low, is going to be this one right here. So young man, you'll have champion, and the young man right behind will be reserve. Yep, that's good to give them a round of applause. I think it's a close, very interesting pair. The third heifer that comes out here, one that doesn't, you can go ahead and lead her out, one that doesn't balance up quite as well as the top two, but it's got ever bit as much a shape to her, one that I think is probably a little better in terms of how she gets out and moves compared to the top two. Just didn't see her kind of balance from end to end, how she sits into her tail head, her balance and symmetry being quite as good. the white one out here, the heaviest one, handles that weight incredibly well. Maybe a little less sensible in her frame size, a little more extended and elongated from that perspective, but certainly one that from a yield grade perspective, she handles really well, just a little more rigid in her movement, a little bigger. Next one that comes out is a good, practical, useful kind of a female young lady. You need to be proud of her. She certainly has got some shape to her. She's got some length of body. She's got some soundness and flexibility. Just didn't see her as fresh in her makeup. I didn't see her balance up quite as well from end to end. Young lady that completes the class, you as well need to be really, really proud of this female. You've done a nice job with her. She's performed well. She certainly, as we talked about some of the others, has got body shape and muscle and mass. Again, as we evaluated her and kind of combined that with show ring presence, maybe didn't balance up quite as well. But a really nice class to start with. Let's give them a round of applause.
And congratulations as we get you the results here momentarily of Class 1 Market Heifers. We're getting ready to bring in Class 2. This is a Hereford steer. There will be one single entry in this class. The results of Class 1. Sixth place will go to Reese Locke with a Market Heifer. Fifth is to Josie Wilson. Fourth is to Sarah Mead. Third will be to Larry Disner. Second is Brody Aarons. And first is Brody Weezy. Brody Weezy will be your champion market heifer, and reserve champion market heifer is to Brody Aarons. Again, this is single entry, Class 2 of Hereford steer.
You know, last night, Susan, the Nebraska Hereford Association had their event out here in the Ag Pavilion. They had their futurity sale, and again, they offer steers and heifers at our February sale. And the Hereford Association here in Nebraska has some tremendous opportunities for these kids. They take and buy their steers or heifers, take and show them at their event that'll be held here in June, or bring it back to the classic show that's here in February, or our pop-up, or again in the fall. And there's a lot of cash rewards back to these kids with their Hereford's projects. So want to remind those Hereford breeders of that opportunity.
I think it's a great opportunity. I love how they work so well together and encourage these kids. And we see that in all the breeds, but the Herefords, with what they did last night and the continued conversations they have with the youth, I think just makes them stand out a little bit.
Well, with these single entries, we certainly want to give enough time for these young people to be able to show off the work that they've done. And I think also with the showmanship format, I want to make sure that there's enough time for these young people in the ring for Bob and Lauren to get an evaluation of them as well. So, neat young lady, a 1,400, I think 50-pound Hereford steer that she's been showing, we've kind of talked about for about a year, and she wants to perhaps be a veterinarian. You can tell she loves this business. So that's exciting. That's why I do this, and it's a good way to start the morning. I just think a very good, very useful, practical Hereford steer. One that's undercarriage is solid and robust and fluid in his movement. A top line that's attractive. He's got enough middle shape to him. He handles well. I just think a really good practical calf. Yeah, he is quite as fancy up through his neck region, but boy, it's hard to get him there too at this weight. And so I think he's brought it all together very well. And my guess is he's been a good performing rascal as well from just kind of a commercial acceptability perspective. So let's give this young lady a round of applause. She's done a nice job with her Hereford steer.
And congratulations out of Class 2, your champion Hereford steer exhibited by Bianca Wood. Moving on now to Class 3, this will be the limousine steer. Again, a single entry there, weighing 1245. Limousine steer, class number 3.
Well, young man here with our limousine steer, and said he's a fellow Iowan that come over here for the show, and so that's awesome. 12:45, and a little taller perhaps calf, and so perhaps you would think he would weigh a little more than that, but he handles probably not quite there yet, but a good calf, one that's really extended, particularly back out through his hip, but he's top line as well. I think one that his balance is good. He wants to get a little more rigid up on his pastern, and you get behind him, he's not the most explosive, but that calf has been well taken care of. He's really well shown to us today, and his basic parts are really, really solid. So, young man, thanks for bringing the steer today. We'll take a look at him closer as we get out here for our final drive, and let's give this young man a round of applause for his Lemmy steer.
And congratulations, your champion limousine steer exhibited by Ty Miller. Moving on to Class 4, this will be your Shorthorn Plus steer. There are 2 in this class, Shorthorn Plus steers. They weigh from 1320 to 1416.
Well, and our 2 shorthorn steers here, both very well shown to us today, and certainly have been well taken care of to get to this point. But the red steer, the orangish colored red one, he just has a distinct advantage over Tyrone steer that's going to be second, just in balance and profile. A little bigger bone, bigger top, bigger ended. I think more natural width through the center portion of his skeleton, and one that handles, really well. I think at this point in time, in his career, he's 13 something weight-wise. So, but you can see from the side, this one just balances up really well from end to end, and kind of puts all those pieces and components together as we balance kind of practicality and show ring presence. Tyrone, I like your calf as well. A little heavier, a little more weight, a little more money, perhaps, at his end point with your white calf here. He maybe just doesn't get out and look quite as nice up through his neck and balance up quite as well from end to end. But a good, practical, useful kind of a beef animal that you've done a really nice job with. So thanks for bringing him. I think from Palmer, Nebraska, you said, so it was nice to meet you. Let's give both these a round of applause. Two nice shorthorn steers.
And congratulations, your champion Shorthorn Plus steer exhibited by Emily Samuelson. Your reserve is to Tyrone Ray. Moving on now, this is Class 5 Crossbred Steer, Class number 1. There are 2 in this class. They weigh from 1315 to 1350.
The Classic is very honored to have with us the team from Next Level Images. Megan and her team are here, a part of the Classic Fall Edition. So if you're looking for your pictures from today, and by most important, make sure you get over to the backdrop, get a picture taken. Megan would love to meet you. We're excited to welcome her to Nebraska and helping us with all of the Classic events. She's got a great team. They travel all across the nation. I know she's got teams at other national shows going on. We've worked with her a lot at Hereford Junior Nationals. So again, it's really an honor to have Next Level Images a part of the Classic. So make sure you go to the backdrop and meet Megan.
When I get a chance to do this, sometimes it just kind of hits you like these two exhibitors kind of look alike. And so sometimes I'm right and sometimes I'm wrong, but they are sisters. Kinley out front here and Lane right behind. And I asked Kinley, like, who gets to pick? Who gets the best calf? And she said, well, it depends on who's there at the right time. So that's a good, legit reason. But as I evaluate these two girls as calves, you know, I think they're so obviously similar in weight as they've landed themselves in the first class here. There's differences, perhaps, between them. As I look at Kinley's steer, the things that I like about him, I think he's truer in his shape, center and low. When I get behind him, he's truer in his base width. He's bigger and bolder, I think, right in the middle part of his skeleton and the center part of his stifle, and as he brings that down low. And that's a big advantage in my mind of the two. I think, they're both ones that are just a tick shorter fronted and more mature, but I think he balances a little better down into his forechest and brings that into a level forerib and back to his flank. I don't know, in terms of just sheer muscle dimension up high, if there's a lot of differences. And I think he's a little more flexible in his pastern design when he gets out and moves. Now, Lane, your calf just does a lot of things really well, too. And he's good muscled in general. He's got some length of body to him. Probably a little bigger boned than your sister's steer. I like that about him. I just think that his balance isn't quite as nice at this point in time, and he just kind of funnels down to the surface from behind as I compare him to your sister's. So I hate to do this to you, Elaine, but your sister's going to win this class with the yellow baldy. Let's give both of these girls a round of applause. That's a fun little class.
And congratulations in Class 5 crossbred steers. First we'll go to Kinley Stoughton and second to Lane Stoughton. We'll be bringing in momentarily Class 6 of the crossbred steers. There will be two in this class. They weigh from 1365 up to 1380. And if you're getting hungry, don't forget, can't have a tailgate without, of course, some great food trucks outside. They are in there today. They've got a variety of different foods out there. They'll have some lunch specials as well. Just head on outside or head over by the wash racks and get yourself something to eat.
pair that, excuse me, another pair that I think is, an interesting debate between the two cattle. And I'll talk about the differences, and I'll tell you which one of these two will win this particular crossbred class. And my friend here that come back with another steer, she's probably got the one that maybe has kind of the most kind of natural depth of body and sogginess and production look to him, and one that's got a tick more hair coat maybe, and perhaps gives us some of that look. I think he's okay in terms of muscle dimension up high. He's another one that kind of funnels a little bit low, and then wants to get, you just watch him walk from behind. He's a little less coordinated from behind than the one that's right behind him. I think he handles with more market readiness. I'm not sure it's as fresh and even in his handle, but by no means have I ever thought that I was kind of an expert at getting my hand on one and predicting exactly what that was going to look like at the end point of harvest. But, I think that those are just kind of his natural advantages. The oranger colored one here, not real hairy, and so obviously really well presented, particularly in what they've done with his leg hair. But if you just get after him and say, maybe he gets a little tighter in his forerib, maybe he doesn't give us quite the depth and swoop of body and kind of that soggy production look at this point in time, but he's nicer necked and nicer headed, and he comes into his neckline and his forechest and his forerib really well. His top design is good. I think he's got just enough flexibility up high to make him as good and sound as he is down low. I think his hip and tail head's fine. His rear leg structure is good. And I get behind him, particularly on the move. I think he's more natural in his width when he moves, and I think he's got just a tick more natural shape through the center and the bottom part of that hind rump, and just gives us a little more natural muscle look. I think up high, they're probably pretty similar. And so, he handles smooth and fresh. Does he have enough? And I think that's probably their bigger debate at that steer. But I think the best combination in terms of freshness and look and soundness, design, and true shape is going to be this orange, yellow, whatever color one he is, young lady in the cowboy hat. And Laney will be second in this particular class. So let's give them both a round of applause. Nice steers.
And congratulations in Class 6, your crossbred steers. First, we'll go to Evie Schlickenburn, and second will be to Kinley Stoughton. Ready for Class 7. This is our final class of crossbred steers. They will weigh from 1420 to 1492. And Ronette, some of these kids, these projects are ending. They're going to be parting ways with their steers. Maybe heifers, as you heard mentioned from Mark, going to be going out to pasture very soon. What a great opportunity to kind of wander the barns with mom and dad and say, hey, I kind of like that heifer, or can I bring that steer home?
Absolutely. You're talking about an end point as far as for some of these steers that are being shown today, and all the kids are busy working right now getting their selections made for their new prospect animals to start their 23 progress shows and county fairs, classic events, state fair, Exarban, hopefully some junior national events throughout the summer. And want to remind kids of, in the back of the barn, we've got some steers and heifers that are going to be featured tonight on Saturday Night Light Sale. And as you're looking at those steers and heifers, keep in mind the Classic Scholarship Program. The Classic will present over $15,000 in cash back to boys and girls in February that purchased their projects last year at any of our sales. And here in a little bit, following this class, we're going to meet a young lady that was a part of that scholarship program, and we'll hear firsthand from her all of the opportunities and different things that she got to do with her classic purchases. So again, remember that Saturday Night Light Sale is tonight at 6 o'clock, and go back in the barn and visit with those individuals that have steers and heifers here.
well, a really nice class of crossbred heavier weight steers here, and I say heavier weight. This steer that's going to lead off, and in my mind, this is kind of the weight that we needed to be at for quite some time, and we got ourselves too stuck on 1335. And he's a perfect example that you can keep one fresh and good looking and the right muscle shape and the right handle at a weight that's more consistent with where the industry is. And so I just think he handles that really, really well. And yeah, perhaps at times he'll get out and he'll look a little tight in his flank and not maybe as mature in his middle section. That's being pretty picky on one that gets out and moves well, got good consistent shape from his kind of forepart of his skeleton right behind his shoulder all the way back through his stifle. And so, young man, that's a really nice one to lead this class off with. The one that's just nearly 1,500 but also handles it really well is this one that comes out here, the young ladies, and certainly wow factor in terms of top line and leg design and foot shape. Just does all those things incredibly well. He, too, is very fresh in his handle and his look, for one, at this point in time in his career and this point in time in his weight. As I evaluated him and compared him to the one that right ahead of him, I don't know if he's quite as practical in his frame size. I don't think he's gotten as much kind of true natural shape as I get behind this calf as the one that's going to lead the class off with today, but a good one that's highly presented to us today and has been well managed by the young lady. Young man that's going to complete the class, I told him I liked his hat. My wife says I look horrible in one, and he looks great in one, and I got a good, useful kind of a calf, big boned and big footed, one that does a nice job in general, I think, in terms of shape from end to end. My concern with him as I compared him, and if you want to say, hey, this one's more practical in his size, maybe he's got more natural shape down low than the one that's right ahead of him, I get that. He's not happy with me. He just is a little more rigid on both ends, a little steeper up front, a little more restricted from behind, and so he'll complete the class. Just heard the young man said I'd hoping he'd talk a little less and get him out of here before that happens. So get that totally. So good young man for sure. So once we got them secure, let's give those three exhibitors a round of applause.
And congratulations coming out of Class 7. First, we'll go to Nicholas Grodeke. Second will be to Brayson Hawkswell. And third to Spencer Wolochowski. We're going to bring in our first to make our selection of our champion crossbred steer. And of course, we'd like to welcome back into the ring, representing those champion market heifer, Brody Weezy, your reserve champion market heifer, Brody Aarons, your champion Hereford is Bianca Wood, limousine steer champion is Ty Miller, your Shorthorn Plus steer champion, Emily Samuelson, your reserve went to Tyrone Ray, and they'll be all coming back in here in a little bit, but right now we're going to make that selection of your crossbred steer. And don't forget, we're going to hear more about the excitement of the classic steer coming up after the selection of your champion and reserve champion crossbred.
Well, nice lineup of crossbred steers here representing, 3 different weight breaks, but doing it really well. And a new young friend out here that come out of our first class with her and her sister get a useful practical calf from end to end. Not the fanciest out here, maybe not the most elite in his look, but just practicality from end to end and just a good market steer. Well shown by the young lady. The one that comes out of our middle class, as I talked about, just still very kind of unique to evaluate him, just slicker haired. And so then you can poke holes in the fact that maybe things don't transition as evenly and maybe as attractively from end to end. But boy, you have to appreciate the good things that he does from end to end as well. Smooth jointed calf that's good in terms of his neck and head and his profile and balance. I think natural balance is really, really good. Just not some of the advantages perhaps on either end of him to be able to blend it together. Pretty high on this one in class, this black calf at something a little over 1,400 that still represents, I think, freshness and balance and attractiveness with meat animal shape and meat animal market readiness to a really high degree. So let's give class winners and our second place a round of applause, and I'll find you a champion crossbred.
And congratulations, your champion crossbred steer, exhibited by Nicholas Grodeke, your reserve champion crossbred steer, Evie Schlickenberg. We're going to start organizing all of them. As I mentioned those kids before, we're going to organize them all back behind the curtain. And I'm going to turn the microphone over to Ronette as she talks about some exciting things happening with a classic steer that's going to be coming into the arena and the program scholarship that they have with the NCC, the Classic.
You know, Susan, you and I were just joking about that when these boys and girls buy their heifers here at the Classic, they've got a couple different options with those heifers. Of course, one, taking them home, adding them to their own herd, competing in breeding heifer divisions, but sometimes there's some great feeder heifer prospects that lead into that market heifer division. And this young lady that's going to be coming into the ring here, Miss Josie Wilson, Josie purchased a heifer last year at the Classic, and even though she's going to keep her for a cow, she marked her and said, you know what, she's stout and powerful enough. I want to show her as a market heifer all summer. And the Classic, again, our scholarship program, you know, we're very focused on putting on a great show for the kids, but the other focus that the Classic has is really building that next generation of leaders. And not only with scholarships, which is cash rewards back. So moms, dads, grandma and grandpas, keep in mind, you know, you might have an 8-year-old that you're like, wow, I want to get them involved. That's all right. You don't have to be a junior or a senior in high school to purchase something at the Classic, get involved in our scholarship program. And Josie, I want to take just a moment and Maybe Ralston, you want to come hold on Josie's heifer for her? I am. I'm going to put Josie on the spot just a moment. I'd like you to take the mic, introduce yourself to the crowd, tell them where you're from, and tell us about where you all showed your heifer this year.
Okay. So I'm Josie Wilson. I'm from North Platte, and we've took her to a lot of shows. Her name is Claire, and we brought her to State Fair. We brought her to Exarban. We brought her to our county fair, and a lot of pop-up shows.
You did, and you know what? You actually came to the Classic Pop-Up Show that we hold in August right ahead of the State Fair, and the Classic puts on an educational tour. We like to have a lot of fun with these kids, and as you can tell, I like to put them on the spot and make them talk. Josie, tell us a little bit about what did we do on our tour this summer?
We went to Ward Laboratories, and we went to State Farm Credit, and we went to Butler Ag.
Awesome. And do you remember the fun thing that we learned at Farm Credit Services?
We learned what a balance sheet is.
We did. We learned about a balance sheet. And the one thing is, all of these businesses really took the time to cater the education to all different ages. And when we were at Ward Laboratories, you know, I think a lot of the kids, we had some 8-year-olds to 21-year-olds, and I think they thought when they were walking into Ward Labs, what are we going to do here that was exciting? And it was fun because Dr. Ray Ward actually talked to the kids about when is the most important time to be swathing your hay. And so he helped educate those kids on hay value when they're swathing it and all of those different things. So I'm going to ask you, let's put our hands together for this young lady and her project and being a part of this scholarship program. She's got a record book yet to turn in. She'll be a part of some interviews. And again, we'll look forward to working with you. And thanks for being a part of the Classic.
I've judged a zillion shows, and I've never heard the word balance sheet inside of a show ring. So that was really, really special how she articulated that. And we want to make sure you know that Ralston did not get a showmanship button while she was helping. So.
I think she was hoping, though. She really was. Well, before these kids come in, let's give them a big round of applause. A lot of work going on behind the scenes to get these animals ready to come into the ring. We are in for our champion drive with some beautiful animals. Y'all can clap. I mean, the kids like to hear applause.
You've been talking about, you know, we're just kind of getting started with a fun couple days here. And again, these judges, you know, when we select our judges, we really like the guys that they kind of have the same passion we do here at the Classic. They want to build the next generation. And obviously, Bob's working with his daughter here, and he's got a son, Brock, that's a part of their program. And again, it's all about working and building that next generation. And Mark and his wife, Deb, in Iowa, and his daughters, and they have their program. And so there's kind of really a common theme when it comes to being here at the Classic. And again, it's an honor for us all to work with your kids. It's an honor to have these businesses that are here, that are investing, that allow these opportunities to take place. And so, again, when you're meandering around and enjoying your day, make sure and stop by and visit with these businesses and thank them for being here. Because, you know, the one thing that is so valuable to all of us that we don't have near enough of, besides money, right, Mark? Money we don't have near enough of is our time.
Yes.
And so I think it's important to thank everybody for their time of being here. And from the Classic standpoint, we thank everybody for being here.
Very much so. And spend some time talking. You might learn something new from some of these vendors. Maybe you're looking for a new feed style. Maybe you're looking for a new trailer, whatever it is. Or heck, come on, Ronette. Maybe you're looking for some new clothes while you're here.
Absolutely. I know I seen you meandering back around over there doing a little shopping. And we thank all those boutiques for being here. And we all talk about, you know, it's hard to shop. I don't know about you, but it's hard. Stores anymore have become a challenge. And so really a shout out to all those boutiques that are taking the time to set up. And, you know, they spend a lot of time. They roll in here a day before everybody else so that they got a nice display so that we can make our shopping selections.
Oh, yeah, you can kind of kill two birds with one stone. Buy a steer and a heifer, buy some new clothes.
Absolutely. Just get that debit card out or checkbook, right?
Yep, whatever it takes. And don't forget, if you're getting hungry, too, we've got an amazing tailgate with some wonderful food trucks outside. So go out and check them out and find something that is going to appeal your hunger, because we don't want anybody getting hangry today.
Absolutely. And again, that TV is set up. It's a big screen on the wall in there. Huskers will be on. Cunningham's is set up in there with some refreshments also. And want to do a shout out to Landmark Implement and Neutrina Ag Solutions. Again, they have some koozies and different things they'll be hanging around in there, and they're going to be doing a drawing amongst all of the junior families for a nice cooler. So stay tuned. We'll draw for that tonight at the Saturday Night Light sales at 6 o'clock, as well as Ruthie K Designs, which is the Far North Boutique. She's drawn for a beautiful bag. So
I saw that bag. It is gorgeous. And the bathroom set that goes with it, the bathroom bag, oh, beautiful, let me tell you.
That'll all take place tonight at 6 o'clock.
All right, let's welcome them back into the show ring once again. This is your selection of your champion drive, representing your champion market heifer, Brody Weezy. Reserve champion market heifer is Brody Aarons. In the Hereford steer, the champion exhibited by Bianca Wood. Limousine steer champion, Ty Miller. Your Shorthorn Plus steer champion is Emily Samuelson. The reserve is Tyrone Ray. And the champion crossbred steer, Nicholas Grodeke, and your reserve champion crossbred steer, Evie Schlickenberg. Congratulations, youth, for coming back in for the champion drive.
Well, as we get ready to pick our top 5 market animals here at your show, it's been really fun and really high quality. And as I'd mentioned as we started, this is a time of year where it can get challenging for sure. Probably none of these cattle were kind of born and built for this time of year. And that's not the animal's fault by any stretch of the imagination. And then it's a matter of how we kind of manage them to take advantage of the things that they've got and try to keep them show ring looking and fresh handling and those things that combine together perhaps to be able to grab a banner. I think these young people have done a nice job. The market heifer, we talked about her in that class, and you know, plenty perhaps chuffy, and I don't say that like in a real bad term, but just far enough along in terms of her handle and her condition. But a good female, long-bodied and sound enough structured, and you know, I love that extension. And I think sometimes we fight extension because we don't think either we think they're going to weigh too much, or we don't think we can get them to balance up. And I think she does that pretty well, particularly from 4 rib back. her balance and look and is really elite at that point in time. And we just kind of get with, some chuffiness up front again. But that's a good animal. The Hereford steer, we talked about him, just a very practical kind of a calf. Is the 1,400 and some pounds, and just kind of looks like he's done that pretty effortlessly and handles well. Doesn't have maybe the pizzazz and the look, but a good market steer. Our limousine calf here, we're all kind of grouping up. Calves are going to have a conversation here. The limousine steer, good, useful kind of a calf, not as expansive in his center, not as expansive from behind, but sound enough in his structure. I think good as far as length of side and fresh in his handle. Shorthorn calf is an interesting one to evaluate. Just a little more rigid when he gets out and moves, perhaps, than some of the others. Sheer muscle when you get behind him is as good as anyone out here. I think if we take the fat differences away and we just visually look at with the skeleton and with the muscle, he does that incredibly well. And, very sensible size kind of a steer and attractive and long up through his neck and blends into his shoulder really well. He does those things really nice. Just can't quite get out and get the motion and movement of some of the others, but a nice calf. Our crossbred steer, we get him out here, and he looks a little bigger, perhaps from a frame size perspective, than some of the others. But as I mentioned, it's fun to see, and we saw it at the Royal. I've kind of always thought in the last few years, if I was a feedlot operator and I showed up randomly to watch a show steer steer show, maybe the most frustrating thing for me wouldn't be like shape and type, but it'd just be, why are we still messing around in the low 1,300s? And we're 100 to 150 pounds back of where we're at in the industry. And so as we start to be able, I think, to get these cattle to do the right things in the 1,400s, I think he's a nice representation of that. Good looking, fresh handling, sound structured, square and true at the base off both ends, and a good amount of muscle shape. Really a nice calf. And our young lady out here, our balance sheet gal that I'll remember that comment for a long time. In fact, Mr. Bob May says he doesn't know how to do a balance sheet, so maybe you can teach him that afterwards. I think somehow he's done well financially, but he just doesn't know how to do a balance sheet. So if you can help him out, I would appreciate it. Good set of cattle out here from a market perspective. Let's give your exhibitors a round of applause, and we'll find you a champion. I asked that young man if he wanted to be 5th overall, and he said, sure. It's a good response.
And congratulations to all our youth once again. Just a reminder as well to our champion in reserve, we'd like you to go to the backdrop as well here in just a few moments with Megan with Next Level to get your photos taken with the judge. Your champion crossbred steer exhibited by, your overall champion market animal was that crossbred Class 3, Nicholas Grodecree. Your overall reserve champion market animal is Evie Schlickenberg coming from the reserve crossbred steer. Your overall third market animal, Brody Weezy from the market heifer, your overall fourth market animal, Emily Samuelson with a Shorthorn Plus, and your overall fifth market animal is Brody Aarons with the reserve market heifer. We're going to take a 10-minute break as well, so photos can be taken, and we're going to come back with the breeding heifer show, kicking it all off with the first class of Angus breeding heifers. So 10 minutes, we will be back at roughly 10:36. Welcome back. Now that photos are done, we are getting ready to get underway with the breeding heifer show. We're going to start out with Class 1. Class 1 of the Angus breeding heifers. There is a total of 4 classes for these Angus girls. Class 1 should be ready to enter the ring. And of course, we welcome Mark Hoare back again from Pella, Iowa as our judge today. And just a reminder, they are giving out pins to qualify for showmanship later today.
Well, a really nice set of young Angus heifers to start with, but I think the one that has kind of hit me really quick when she come in and continues to be the most impressive one, and perhaps just the one with the most balance, the most ability to be athletic and comfortable out here in the ring is this young heifer here that's out front, and just nice necked and nice topped, and hip design is good, rear leg structure is good, and proportionality is important to me, and I just think everything, her body fits her skeleton. I think her muscle fits her skeleton. Her length fits the kind of heifer that she is, and so I just think a really nice one to start this particular class off with. Second and third got a little closer to me as the class went on, and I asked a young lady, and we'll see this a lot today, the first show, and so this heifer doesn't want to get comfortable. I think on the stand, and when she gets comfortable, she's better balanced. Her profile is nicer, and I think she's got more kind of natural middle shape and holds herself together in her top line better than the one that's going to be in third. Now, does she want to get a little rigid in her pastern at times? She does, and we'll see kind of how that develops. I think some of it is just anxiousness out here and attitude, but you definitely see it. Young lady, I think there's a pile of future in this female as well. I think she's got enough shape to her. I think she's got enough length of neck and length of side. I think she's a female that, from just a structural correctness and a mobility perspective, she does the right things. At this point in time, she just doesn't want to kind of get her front third and her middle third and her rear third to come together as nice as the top two, but that is a good Angus female, and you'll have a lot of fun with her, okay? Let's give our Angus exhibitors a round of applause. That's a nice way to start our heifer show.
Congratulations in your Class 1. First will go to Eli Atkinson. Second is to Mesa Jones. And third to Brianna Brown. Entering the ring now will be Angus breeding heifer Class number 2. This is Class number 2 of 4 coming in the ring.
Sorry, I was smiling a little bit out here to the music, but really nice set of Angus heifers, and this one comes to the top, I think pretty handily in my mind, and she has an advantage in presentation for sure, but we get past that, at least from 4 rib back. She shows us the most balance. She shows us kind of straightness of lines and attractiveness. Her swoop in the center and lower, the middle section of her body is really good, and I think that's going to stay very maternal-like long-term, and on the rear, too, she's going to stay very fluid. She wants to turn out up front as she comes out of her knee and as she meets the surface, and the one that's just a little deeper chested, but, that's being hard on one that I think has got a pile of future. There's so many good qualities to that female, and proportionality, as I mentioned in the last class, I think is really good. I think second and third is a more difficult pair, and I had them the other way for quite a while. But as I evaluate these two, the one that does the best in my mind in terms of shoulder-neck junction, the one that comes out of her shoulder and comes and meets the surface, I think more parallel to her spine and more consistent to where she needs to be from a width of skeleton is this one that we're going to lead off with. And I think she's nicer in terms of how she handles her spine than the one that's right behind. And no wow factor to this heifer except for bone. Bone, as I compare her to the class winner, she's bigger at the surface, and I just really appreciate the ruggedness of this heifer. Just a good basic kind of a female. One that completes the class, doesn't want to show very well, and big-topped and big-ended, and she, too's got a pile of bone and mass to her. She just wants to open up in her shoulder, tighten up in her rib, and be a little more restricted in her spine at this point in time. When she shows better, those things will be less obvious, but that's what I see today. Let's give them a round of applause for a class of Angus heifers.
And congratulations coming out of class number 2 of your Angus breeding heifers. First, we'll go to Caleb Caslon. Second is to Ava Brown. And third will go to Braden Schulte. Class number 3 is already jumping in the ring. This is Angus breeding heifer class 3. There will be 3 in this class.
Well, thanks for keeping everything under control in here, Susan. I had to step outside and check out those food trucks as we're getting closer to kind of the noon hour here. And if you're looking for some pizza, Billy Jack's is here and serving some great pizzas. He's out here by the Cup and Cork food truck. Brought that out for us. We got hangries out there. We got sweet cakes. And Cunningham's, of course, has got the bar going in there with the big screen. So if anybody's wanting to check out a Husker score here this afternoon, slip in there.
It'll be a good game, good food, and great friends. Can Saturday get any better?
I'm kind of wondering what kind of outfit you're sporting up here, Susan. It's a good thing we got this curtain high enough they can't see. And what team is that?
And I'm short enough, even if I stand up, they can't see me. I am a Minnesota born and raised girl, so I am a Gopher backer 110%.
And you don't even have...
But I chose being here.
I know.
Over going to the game today.
We have to really give you a kudos. You had tickets given to you, and you chose the Classic Junior Show to be at. So thanks a million.
You're welcome.
You do a good job. I know you support FFA and 4-H kids. You're always at the State Fair and Exarban and, of course, here at all the Classic events. And that kind of goes hand in hand back to KRVN. We've talked about KRVN has been a sponsor of the Classic since it started back in 1991.
And just so you know, it is 6-0. Nebraska's ahead.
Woo!
It was an ESPN mess up. They went back and fixed it.
Still 0-0.
Well, I know, but it jumped up. Somebody.
She said, in case you want to check out the Husker score. I want to go see who shows up for that, like who's really committed. Cyclones and Hawkeyes and Husker scores haven't been perfect this year, but appreciate that. The Angus Heifer Show here continues to be really good, and some differences. I think the one that just kind of keeps things in the middle of the road for me, the one that has the best balance, and the one that structure-wise, particularly up front, is this one that's going to win the class. Distinct advantage in terms of head and neck design and length and freshness, and being able, I think, to hold that together long-term down low in that forechest region is the one that we're going to start the class off with. And I think her angle, elation, is better up front. She meets the surface better, allows her to come out. And she's not perfect in that area, but I think she's got an advantage in that. At times, I'd just like to see her handle herself from the rear, too, better. And a little bit of it, she's a tick smaller footed. And this one that comes out here, a bigger framed heifer, and I'm fine with that for sure. And she does some things incredibly well. Nicely presented to us today. I think her middle and body shape is really good. She just one that, as I get and watch her walk around here, she wants to come down out of her shoulder and twist in her knee and not meet the surface. So I talk about kind of as parallel to her spine as what I think is preferred, and then she just wants to get out and be more awkward up front. That to go along with a tick deeper necked, but long-sided and long-hipped and good bone, lots of future to a female like that. The one that's going to complete the class, right ahead of my ringman Bob here, good, useful, practical female that's good fore-ribbed, good through the center portion of her skeleton, got some shape. If you want to say this one's more moderate and more practical in her frame size than the one that's right ahead of her, no, I certainly understand and appreciate that argument. I just didn't see her balance up as well and maybe have those extra kind of unique things to her, but a nice female to complete the class. Let's give your Angus exhibitors a round of applause.
We'll have one final class of our Angus breeding heifers. This will be class number 4 coming into the ring. There will be 2 in this class. Your results of class 3. First goes to Devin Benish. Second is to Logan Barta. And third to Braden Schulte.
Well, again, we want to remind you that Bob May and his daughter Lauren May are working each of the classes here today, and they'll be selecting boys or girls. They'll be presenting them a button, and they'll come back for showmanship here later today.
So you talk about the button. Let's talk about what the button is.
You know, I'm going to date myself, Susan. Back in the old days when Exarban was on Center Street in Omaha, they used to award buttons, and it was a huge honor to be presented a button, and you'd come back for showmanship. And so we wanted to kind of add that aspect to our fall edition. And the buttons we have today, it says, I Heart Beef. And went to our Nebraska Beef Council office and got those buttons. And so just kind of a fun way to give the kids something. They'll wear it, and they'll come back for showmanship later today.
All right, those 2 are working hard. You can see them talking and gathering their thoughts and their notes to bring these kids back for this afternoon.
Well, let's talk about these two older Angus heifers. And Willow, the young lady that's out front here, Willow, I really like the length of body of your heifer. She's really, really long, from right at the front part of her spine all the way back through her hip and tail head. That extension maybe hurts her at times because she doesn't just look as full in her middle. She just doesn't look as sappy and maybe as maternal looking at this point in time in her career. And then she'll want to be just a little deeper in her forechest, but really sound, Willow. Like she can get out and move, and she's comfortable. She's flexible to her hock and flexible to her pastern, and she's fresh in her head and the top part of her neck. So I think those things really, really do nice things for her and her project. The heifer that comes out here right in front of me, her advantages in my mind is, she just gets that kind of deep-bodied, bred-looking female appearance to her compared to the one that's right ahead of her. She's just a little deeper in her rib, and she carries that depth back a little deeper in her flank. Her bone fits her body work awesome. Her flexibility up high is better than the one that's right ahead of her. A little maybe high in the top of her neck and a little bit of chest perhaps, but I just really like how she combines structural soundness, brood cow look, attractiveness, all in a complete package. So, young lady, you will win the class. Willow, you'll be second with your really nice Angus heifer. Let's give these young gals a round of applause.
And congratulations out of Class 4. Your first will go to Kinsley Bremer. Second is to Willow Hartwell. We'll bring in those top ones now for the selection of your champion Angus breeding heifer.
The Classic is very proud to call Kearney its home here at the Buffalo County Fairgrounds. And the one thing about Kearney is it's kind of a roll-up-your-sleeves type of town and community that likes to work with organizations and groups. And I tell you, that philosophy really stems from our Kearney Visitors Bureau. And Kearney Visitors Bureau is a huge sponsor here at the Classic, and at this point I'm going to introduce Roger Jasnock, and as he steps here into the ring, I'm going to ask you to put your hands together and let's thank him and keeping Kearney supporting the Classic events.
Thanks, Ronette. We are very fortunate to have people come to Kearney for a number of different reasons, and certainly agriculture is one of those, and so we appreciate your coming to our community. It's groups like yourselves that make us the 4th largest destination in the state for groups like yourselves, and so we appreciate all that you do for us. And so we're looking for some more rain coming to fix those pastures, Ronette.
Thanks, Roger. And again, the Classic's proud to call Kearney home, and we appreciate all your support for many, many years. So thank you.
Well, as we get ready to pick our champion Angus, just real quickly down through our class winners. This one that comes out of our first class does a lot of things really, really well. And, you know, we'll see what happens kind of in her neck and her chest region there. If she can stay fresh enough to be given kind of that elite show heifer look, to go with the goodness that you get in her and her forerib and how she comes back into her skeleton, good bone and kind of rugged enough down low, and one that I think has got enough flexibility to her top, and she's still fashionable enough back out through her hip that I think if all that comes together, she's going to be really, really competitive. I like how she comes out of her front end structure better than one or two others out here of these younger calves. I think she pulls her shoulder together better. She comes and meets the surface and stays more accurate when she gets out and moves. The one that comes out of our second class, incredibly well presented to us today for sure. And one that, you know, as we talked about her in class, she's just a little shorter necked perhaps and just a little deeper up there, and just again understanding what that does long term. Forerib back, incredible. I think her top line and her hip and how her tailhead sits into there, the forerib structure at this point in time in her maturity pattern, I think all that is really, really good, and I think she does all the right things at the surface. The wow factor of the calves is the one in third as we think about what she does up into her head and neck region, how fresh looking she is there, and how tight she is in that spore chest sternum area and brings that back into a balanced underline. All those kinds of things. Of the whole four of them, she wins that battle for sure. The challenge in my mind with this female is just out of her front end. She's more she's just straighter up front. She's a little farther forward in her knee, and she just wants to get kind of in a paddling effort off of her front end. Now that's being critical, but I'm trying and paid to come out here and try to pick the differences between those. And so if that stays consistent, then everything else is going to be really, really good. The heifer, the older heifer here that we talked about, certainly she has an advantage in age. There's less risk from a judge's perspective, maybe less future prediction in this female, but I just think that she does kind of all those beef cattle traits that are practical really well and yet still attractive enough and has been managed at this point in time in her career to stay fresh enough in her look but still bold in her body, good top shape, one that gets out and moves extremely well. So just quick thoughts of these four heifers. I think all four of them are really, really nice. I'll go out and pick you a champion Angus. Let's give these young exhibitors a round of applause.
And congratulations, your champion Angus breeding heifer exhibited by Kinsley Brummer. Your reserve champion Angus breeding heifer is Devin Benish. Just a reminder to all of our exhibitors, if you make your way to the backdrop, please, you can get your photos taken and get ready to come back in for our champion drive later today. We're getting ready to move now into our Charolais breeding heifers. This will be the first class of 2 Charolais breeding heifers.
A nice pair of Charolais females here, and I'm going to leave them as they come in, and it's essentially based on balance and elegance. The one that is going to be our class winner, certainly a little bigger, perhaps, and those indicators are that she's going to be kind of a larger bovine at kind of brood cow age, but I think one that's very elite looking up through her head and neck. Her top line's awesome. One that gets out and moves fine and still got a good kind of foot shape and type and bone. Young lady, you'll be second with a really good female with a lot of future. Incredibly long-necked, and one that kind of comes back and powers up in her skeleton and powers up in her muscle. I think all those things work in her favor. You keep working on that one. That one's going to be really fun for you to show, young lady. So let's give these 2 Charolais exhibitors a round of applause.
In our first class of Charolais breeding heifers, congratulations to Tatum Carlson and second to Haley Fuller. Our second class and final class of our Charolais breeding heifers will be 2 in this class. They are set to come in the ring. Then we'll make our selection of our champion Charolais breeding heifer. Thanks to Megan and Next Level, that she is the one taking all your pictures today over at the backdrop. We encourage you when you are finished in the show ring, no matter what you're placing, go there and get your photo taken with your amazing animal that you have brought here to Kearney today.
Well, admittedly, I've spent a few years of my life perhaps wondering in these breeding cattle if we could put power and structural correctness and soundness in the same package. And I certainly think breeders of multiple breeds are getting that figured out. We're beef animals, and product is important, and longevity is important as well. And I just think this female does an incredible job of using the word, I guess, describing or exhibiting power from a power cow perspective in terms of true shape through the center portion of her skeleton. Big top, big ended, and good boned, and nice footed, but yet her angle up front is good. Her knees back in her like it should be. She meets the surface like we like, and she extends out of her rear too. That just is an awful nice combination. So she'll win the class, young man. And second, just a good, useful kind of a female that's got some natural body, every bit as much bone probably and foot as the one that's right ahead of her. She's just not as attractive, perhaps. She doesn't deepen in and kind of give that kind of maternal look down the center or lower portion of her mid shape, but still a really, really nice, useful female. So let's give these two Charolais exhibitors a round of applause. Nice class.
And congratulations out of your second Charolais class. First we'll go to Tatum Carlson. Second is to Ben Clement. Bringing in now our champion Charolais breeding heifer selection. Well, we bring these heifers in. I wanted to give a personal thank you to all the families that came out this week. And we were talking earlier, Ronette and I, about how time is so hard sometimes. We get overscheduled, we get over busy. So thank you so much to the families that are taking time to come here, be with their families to show cattle. I don't know if you knew this, over 100 plus families are here this weekend, 367 cattle total. And this is where the memories are made. So thanks, good, the bad, whatever happens in the show ring, it's the memories that are being made with your families. So thanks for spending your time with us this weekend.
Well, as we get ready for our championship drive, and in these smaller classes and smaller breeds, we'll try to be efficient, and we'll try to balance giving these exhibitors some time in the ring, both from a showmanship, visibility, and just for some of these younger cattle, just time to get used to it. Our class winner out of our first class, we talked about her, elegant and elite in her look, a little straight up front and just a tick taller in her look, but there's so many good and incredible things about her design, where she's really good. I mean, that's usable, very usable things from a breeding perspective. So nice female. I was pretty high on the one that come out of the second class, and I don't need to re-talk her again. It'll be fun to see her as we come back later for a champion drive overall. I just think that's an awful good female that represents this breed very well. What's that smile about? Congratulations. We talked about this other bred female of, being so practical and useful, and nothing just kind of comes out and grabs you as wow factor, but no holes in her either. And so I think the one that's got some very unique traits for the future is going to be this one here. So congratulations, she'll be a reserve Charolais. Let's give her a Charolais. Yep, that's right. Give them a round of applause.
Great to see that champion in reserve, Champion Charlet, heading right to the picture backdrop. Again, if you're looking for the photos here at the Classic, make sure you're checking out Next Level Images. And again, thank you to Megan and her team. We're very excited to have her being a part of the Classic. She'll be back here in February with us as well.
Well, congratulations out of that Charlet breeding heifer class. Your champion and reserve were both exhibited by Tatum Carlson. We've moved in now to what's called Class 7, first of the Charlet composite breeding heifers. There is one single heifer. March 5th of 22 is the birth date.
Just one young heifer here. I saw the young man. I actually like this look. His knees are dirty. He's been working, and I see a heifer that's highly presented and said, you clip and fit her, and he said yes, and I just think that's a cool combination. Very good female, nice haired, good looking, big top, big ended. Her bone is awesome. Her neck, how she comes out of the top of her shoulder up into to her neck is really, really good as well. She'll need to stay flexible enough, and I think she'll probably be fine, but I just don't see quite the maybe girth of foot and length and flexibility of her pastern, but picky on one that I hope does all the right things for this young man because she's got a lot of good qualities. So give him a round of applause. We'll take a look at her closer here in a second.
And as you reference, this young man's hard work, he's actually a fourth generation to be a part of the Classic, Mark. And, that goes back to his great-grandpa, his grandpa, his dad. And so that's kind of what it's all about, the families and building those generations.
Congratulations out of Class 7, Lot 1 of the Charlet composite breeding heifers, Devin Benish. This next heifer you see coming in the ring, she will wrap up the Charlet composite breeding heifer classes, born May 3rd of 21.
We'll for sure take a closer look at her in a second when we get the young one out with her, but a big body, big top, big ended, big bone power cow here to represent the breed. And, with that, we get a little more restriction in her movement off both ends, and certainly like to see her a little more flexible. But what I did like to see is a smile on the young lady's face. And we were talking about the excitement and maybe the stress for when she calves here in a few months, but that'll be a fun time for you, and it'll be fun to see her get into production. So we'll spin her around here and bring the young one in and find you a champion.
And congratulations to Karina Smydra, the winner of your Charlet composite breeding heifer class number 2.
I want to do a shout out also to liveauctions.tv. For those of you that are watching for home, thanks for joining us. And remember, you can watch and bid on our sales here at the Classic tonight, as well as our sales in February. Very honored to work with Mariah and the Live Auctions team. So Thanks to Mariah for being here and spending the weekend in Kearney with us to air our shows as well as that sale that'll be this evening promptly at 6 o'clock.
As we evaluate these two single entries, and certainly think we've, in kind of both cases, had enough time to take a look at them. And, I mentioned all the things that I love about this younger female, and 99% of her, I think, is just as good as you can possibly make one to represent this breed, and that is really elite and good. In the front one-third of her body expands progressively wider back through her center skeleton and into her stifle. So femininity to a decent degree, and then mass and power come together really well. Her bone fits her body, I think. Proportionality is good. And she comes in here and she gets just a little more rigid on her pastern. Her design looks fine, and I think there's probably just a little extra hair there that gives us some visibility to it as well. But if she settles into that, then I have like zero issues with the potential of this female long term. We talked about the bigger one, and it's certainly a disadvantage to be kind of a big bred one that's maybe perhaps been in a show barn for a long period of time. She's just more restricted off both ends, and you can kind of see that when you take a look at her, that maybe you just don't see the perfect angles to be able to allow that athletic capability and that smoothness out here. So that's kind of the comparison between the two. The one that I'm going to take the gamble on, just mostly because just she's younger and there's more chances for greatness, or one that stalls out. But I think there's a pile of future in this young female here. So, young man, congratulations and good luck with her. Win some banners. Young lady, go have fun with her as a cow-calf pair. So congratulations to both of these.
And congratulations, your champion Charlotte Composite Breeding Heifer, exhibited by Devin Benish, your reserve champion, Karina Smirda. Time to move on to our key breeding heifers. There are 3 classes total. This will be class number 1 for the keys, from March 15th of 22 to April 20th of 22.
well, two really nice young Keenina females here to start this particular breed. But the one that does puts kind of the most things together for me is going to be the silver female, the young ladies. Well, I think there's a lot of future in her. Really long-necked, and she's up-headed. We think about a design where they're comfortable coming out of the top of their shoulder and keeping their head up high on the move and on the stand. She does that really well. Her top line's good. She wants to get a little high right in the center of her loin at times, but it's certainly cool to look at. Her tailhead sits in there like it should. Her rear lug structure is nice. She does a good job, I think, of showing what a maturity pattern should be like at this point in time in her career, and certainly good and sound down low. Young lady, you can go ahead and lead both of these out. Young lady, I like the black heifer as well. She's probably bigger bone and bigger top and bigger ended than the one that's right ahead of her, but she's just a female that with that we get some coarseness. We get a tailhead that's kind of up and out there a little bit and maybe not quite as functional and elite in her look back into that region of her hook to pin bone, but good female for sure. Nice pair of key females to start. Young lady, you keep working on that one. You're going to have a nice show career with her, okay? Let's give those two young gals a round of applause.
In your first class of keys, first will go to Bailey Prince. Second is to Morgan Clement. Moving on to class number 2, there will be 3 heifers in this class from January 10th to January 28th of 2022.
When I said a key heifer, certainly some differences between these cattle and kind of maturity patterns and build, structure. I think we could talk about these kind of cattle and break them down for a long time, but we'll stick with the basics, and there's no doubt that the one that wins the class is the most elite on the stand. Her four-rib back design is just as good as you can possibly make one in terms of spine and tailhead and rear leg design. I like where she's at maturity pattern-wise and four-rib, and then she's been able to bring that back into a nice amount of flank for this point in time. My concern about this heifer, and when we get her back in here to the final breed drive, is just out front. She's less angulated up front, like the top of that shoulder. If we could push it back into her spine, get her to come down and meet the surface more true to her spine and closer, I think we would just get more comfort out of her front end. But everything else about the female I'm in awe with, and she just does a lot of really good things and nicely presented to us as well. The one that's in second, certainly we change gears in terms of type. She's more mature looking. She's more kind of massive in her overall skeleton. Young lady, you can go ahead and lead her out. Bigger topped and bigger ended than the one that's right ahead of her, but less elite, I think, and just in terms of femininity and a little quicker in her maturity pattern. But I thought of the two kind of bigger middled, bigger ended ones that are going to be in second and third. This is the one that was the more fluid off of both ends. She comes down the surface more right up front. She's more flexible from behind. This heifer is just a little nervous out here, and I think everything is going to be fine long term. But what this judge sees today is one that's just a little choppier off both ends and doesn't have the flexibility, perhaps, that we saw in the one that's right ahead of her. But good cattle, as I mentioned, differences in their type. Let's give those key exhibitors a round of applause.
And congratulations with the second class of keys, Garrett Schultz. Second place will go to Grayson Kurtanchi, and third is to Claire Schindler. On to our final class of keys. There's one in this class born January 2nd of 21.
Well, certainly, and you can see from the side, there's a lot of wow factor in this bred female. She's going to calve in March for the young lady, and we may have seen her yesterday in the fitting contest, and that color pattern's a little hard to miss, but the quality is as well, and we'll take a closer look at it here in a minute. But, yeah, there's no doubt that she's kind of out there in terms of where she's at maturity-wise and just getting a little chuffier. My guess is that, you can't feed this one a little enough that she doesn't just do well on it, just based on the build that I see, and massively deep bodied in her forerib and her flank, and gets out and moves good. So just a really, really nice, useful female. So we'll see her here in a second, young lady.
And congratulations, your final class of keys is exhibited by J.C. Wolfinger. Now bringing in our first for the selection of your champion key breeding heifer.
smaller classes. I've certainly, hopefully, had enough time to describe the cattle. I think the opportunity and the future of this silver one is really, really good. Her balance is awesome. Her maturity pattern is awesome. Her flexibility is so good off of both ends that it'll just be really fun for that young lady and her family to watch this one mature. I think that's one that, like every show, she's going to get more competitive. And even out until this time next year, everything is going to balance together very well and will only get better, young lady. Every day you go to the barn, you're going to be more excited than you were the day ahead of time. This one here we talked about, and so many awesome things about her. And just the debate is what happens in that front end structure long term. And if she stays together up front, this one is unbeatable. I just get concerned about how she handles it at this point in time. So then, this judge has to decide that here in a second. But boy, there's some incredible things to her. We talked about this one, and there's no doubt she's got an advantage just from a maturity pattern perspective. And, maybe for some, she's just a little too much. But let's appreciate what she does so well. And if you want to try to analyze leg structure and see, as I talked about with the Charolais female, that you can put stuff in these cattle and still keep them flexible. You get a rear leg that's attractive, but yet the smooth joint, the flexible hock, and that just incredible pattern when she gets out and moves is just something I really appreciate to go with everything that she's good at up high. So we're going to punch this one's ticket to come back for our final drive later today. So congratulations, young lady. We get ready for reserve. I just think the one with the least concern moving forward and some awful good things is this young lady's heifer right there. So congratulations.
And congratulations, your champion, Key Breeding Heifer, exhibited by J.C. Wolfinger. And your reserve will be Bailey Prince. Moving on to the balancers, there are two classes. This is class 1 of balancer breeding heifers, born from January 25th of this year through March 5th.
Well, I had, if I can talk here, I had these cattle every different way imaginable, but as they kind of settled in here, she doesn't have the hair advantage, and maybe she doesn't have the maturity advantage at this point in time. But the one that I like in her top line and out, just all the way balanced back into her tail head, and the one that's the most elite in her neck and head is going to be the one that I start the class off with. And yeah, maybe the one right behind her has just got more dimension to her in terms of depth of body and bone. But I think with that, we get a little rough on our top line. We get a little rougher and deeper in our neck and down into her forechest. And so I think a tough decision on all three of these heifers. This one comes out third here, is highly presented and certainly does some things really well. But as I evaluated her compared to the other two, she wants to get taller in her tail head. She wants to come out of her front end and not be as true and square as she meets the surface as the top two, and a little deeper necked. But at the same time, like true width to shape through the center portion of her skeleton, a kind of two dimension through the center and lower portion of her stifle, as good as anyone in here. And so I thought it was a tough debate between all three of those. The one that I think perhaps the slicker haired one, the one that I started with here, but I thought the most complete with the fewest holes and the most future. But a tough decision for sure. Let's give those three a round of applause.
And your first class of balancer braiding heifers. First, we'll go to Kinley Uckhoff. Second is to Paige Wolochowski. And third to Spencer Wolochowski. This is our final class of balancer braiding heifers, born March 1st and March 7th of 21.
Well, I think a really tight pair between these two females. Let me describe them, and I'll tell you how I like them in terms of who's going to win this class. And the one that's up front got a little more middle shape at this point in time, and maybe farther along. Maybe that's just her natural build. I'm not sure. So, but you appreciate her for depth of rib and body. I think she's got a bigger foot size, perhaps, than the one that's right ahead of her. I don't know if she's quite as nice in her neck region, both up high in terms of the top of her shoulder and how she comes up to her pole. And she comes down of her spine, particularly out on the move. She wants to really drop herself at her rear loin and get up in her tail head there as I evaluate these two. And certainly functional enough in terms of soundness, but that's just how I see her. The one that comes out here in second, she doesn't look as far along in calf, and so we get perhaps not as much middle shape to her, but I think we get a nicer design, kind of head and neck region and top line in terms of consistency, and back out into her hip and tail head. She has those advantages to her, and she really gets out and moves nice down at the surface as well. And so I just think it's an awful tough decision between the two. I probably like the freshness and the eliteness of look of this young man's heifer in the cowboy hat. She'll win our class. This one will be right behind. But I think that's an awful tight pair. Congratulations to both those exhibitors. Let's give them a round of applause.
And congratulations in the class number 2 of Balancer breeding heifers. First, we'll go to Spencer Wolochowski. Second to Keisha Albert. Bringing them back in now for the selection of your champion Balancer breeding heifer. And do, of course, want to remind folks to head over to the backdrop with Megan and Next Level to make sure you get your photos taken with your animals after you leave the ring.
In our balancers here, that first class, I was quite clear that I thought was really tough, and Bob and I talked about it real quick, and Lauren afterwards, and maybe the toughest class of the day in terms of just both or all three of those high quality, and it's a matter of how you sort them. But I think lots of future, and this one that comes out here, I think even looks better in terms of where she's good. And her goodness comes from just her profile and balance and her eliteness of look. And I thought the bred heifer class was tough as well. And they come back out here. And again, I think about, which one of these two of the big bred females does the most good things. But they as well are both high quality. As I get and evaluate them, I just am going to give a nod and appreciation for the older females in terms of just where they've got to this point and how close they are to production, and perhaps, as always, a little less risk than where we're at trying to project the younger calves. So with that in mind, we're champion and reserve are going to be our two out of our second class. So let's congratulate those exhibitors and all four of these exhibitors out here with high-quality heifers. So congratulations.
Congratulations, your champion balancer breeding heifer, Spencer Wolochowski, and your reserve champion goes to Keisha Albert. Moving on now, we're going to be bringing in our Hereford breeding heifers. There are 4 total classes. The first class was born May 1st of 22.
Susan, if you remember back to February at the Classic and our Aspiring Young Cattlemen's program, as we just finished up that Galway Balancer division. And Spencer Wolochowski is the perfect example of what that program was designed to do. He was partnered with J.J. Beeler. Beeler Galvez at Orleans, and Beelers have been a part of the Classic every single year since it started.
That's amazing.
Spencer partnered with J.J., got a heifer, would have been a year and a half ago, and J.J. partnered up with him, took him to the Galvez Junior Nationals, took him to the Cattlemen's Congress. They partnered. Spencer learned about the Galvez breed, got that heifer bred, brought it to the Classic last February, sold her. She captured the title of the Champion Aspiring Young Cattleman program. And I tell you what, if you'd ask Spencer right now what his favorite breed is and what events it wants to be involved in, it's the Galvez Balancer. And probably before he was in that program, it'd probably been all club calf. You know, he was a diehard, loved the clubbies, and now he's just all about the Balancer program.
Sees what the future holds.
It is, and again, that's what the program's all about, helping build that next generation of cattlemen, and again, that's the Classic's Aspiring Young Cattleman program.
As we start our Hereford show here, just a May heifer calf. This thing is as long and necked as anything. That's nice. Nobody's looking, right? Nobody's paying attention that she's standing on top of her show stick. That's a Bob May thing if I've ever seen it. But really, really long-necked, and she combines that with a good amount of length, or a lot of length of spine and hip, you know, and in relation to her skeletal size, her length is phenomenal. And I've always been a believer that that helps in structural correctness and maybe allows them to be a little softer spine and does all those really nice. So as we project her out in the future, you know, she'll certainly need to body down and get more maternal in her midsection. I just think that's a nice place to start with your May heifer. So congratulations, young lady, and we will let you exit the ring, and we'll see her here in our championship drive.
Congratulations in that first class of Hereford breeding heifers. It was exhibited by McKenna Renner. Hereford breeding heifer class number 2 has 2 exhibitors born March 2nd and March 12th of 2022.
Well, two really nice Hereford heifers. This one that's going to win the class out front. In NASCAR, they call that bump drafting. Like she was going to stay really close to the heifer that's right ahead of her, and the ring help was doing a nice job trying to keep them separated. But, you know, I think of the two, she's certainly a female that's really good in terms of length of neck. Her top line is adequate in its look and function. So is her tail, head, and hip region. She gets out and moves. Obviously very comfortable because she wants to get out and move. Does all those things really nice. Actually, the most impressive part of this female may be hard to see from the side, and that is when you see the shape from behind. Like you get behind her and it's like, wow, that's a good amount of muscle shape. And I almost like that you can't see it at this point in time from the side, which means that she's got kind of that maternal look from a female and a cow perspective, got stuff to her when you look at her from behind. I like the heifer in second as well. I just don't think she's going to hold herself quite as well together down into her sternum area or in her top line, but good female young lady, and you'll have a lot of fun with her. Nice haired and nice colored and got some body and shape to her. Just didn't see her quite as elite in her look as the one that's right ahead of her. So let's give those two young Hereford exhibitors a round of applause. Two nice young females.
And congratulations in our Hereford breeding heifer class number 2. First will go to Caroline Studer, second to Allie Perry. Heading into our third class of Hereford breeding heifers, there will be 3 in this class, born from January 29th to February 19th.
Well, in our second Hereford class here, way different in their maturity pattern. And, you know, that's not good or bad at this point in time, but that's just how I see the cattle. And the one that's going to win our class, no doubt, she's got an advantage in condition at this point in time. But I think the reality is she just balances up better of the two, and she's got the most bone, and she's got the most product to her. Definitely got the most middle shape at this point in time in her career, and she's going to have to be managed properly, I think, in terms of what her neck and sternum area does. But, boy, that's sure a nice one that gets out and moves really well. young lady that's going to be second, I like the maturity pattern of her for the future. She's still really young and fresh looking, and pencil-necked, and ties in so good at her shoulder, and she's female-looking from end to end. So maturity and feed will be her fans. As every day you go out, you're going to like that one a little more because her balance is good. She just doesn't have as much power and as much oomph at this point in time. So you can go ahead and walk her out. Congratulations to these two Hereford exhibitors.
And congratulations out of our third class. First we'll go to Kian Morris, second to Faith Perry. One final class in the Hereford breeding heifers, or single entry, born April 19th of 21.
Well, a nice bred female here. A young lady thinks she's going to calve in March or so, which is good for an April female. One that if we're going to change her, we'd blow her apart a little bit in her midsection, but gets out and moves nice off of her rear tube particularly. Good flex to her hock and down into her pasture, and then one that's obviously staying youthful in her her look up through her neck and head, and comes out of the top of her shoulder really nice as well. So let's give her a round of applause, and we'll see her here in the Champion Drive.
And congratulations to McKinley Cruz with the first place in your Class 4 of Hereford breeding heifers. Going to bring the ladies back in for making a selection of your champion Hereford breeding heifer.
Well, on the Hereford Drive here, we talked about these cattle, I think, pretty extensively. Good functional female up front. As I mentioned, her length of body is her very best attribute, and so many things that you have to appreciate about that. The one that comes out of our second class, still kind of anxious. I think a pile of potential in that one. Really long-fronted and long-bodied, big-topped and big-ended and good bone and sound structured. I think that one has certainly got a very bright future. One that comes out of her third class a little farther along, so she's deeper bodied, just more mass, throughout, particularly just from a structure perspective. It's a matter of what she ends up doing kind of in terms of depth of neck and depth of forechest, but a good female as well. Our one that comes out of the bred female kind of division, you always like to give a nod to those that are this good looking at this point in time in their career. And I certainly talked about some things that I would change about the female, but her basics are really, really good. And, I think that she'll end up being a really, really good brood cow for the young lady. And so I think it's tight between her and one or two other ones out here. But I'll take another look at them, and we'll find you a champion reserve, and we'll punch their ticket to go to the final drive. So, again, let's give them a round of applause, and we'll find you a champion.
And congratulations, your champion Hereford breeding heifer, exhibited by McKinley Cruz. Your reserve champion was Caroline Studer. Headed now into our polled Hereford class. There'll be two in this first class, born April 2nd of this year and May 7th.
let me talk about these two females. I sure think they're both high quality, and I probably like them one way when they get out of move versus another when I get them, on the stand. And just so we'll talk through them. Maybe it helped me make my mind up as well. The one that stands out front, I think she's Boulder made. And with that, we get a little bolder in her shoulder design as well. And we get a little wider spread up at the top of her shoulder. That's tough to manage long term in my mind, but it comes with the skeleton, with the top and with the end, and I think she's bigger boned as well as the one that's right behind her, but just doesn't want to come out. Now, I said it, now she does it, in terms of just kind of getting her head up and come out of the top of her shoulder, but the bolder made, more massively built one is her. The one that's right behind her gives up some bone and some foot size, but she gets some eliteness in terms of top line design and back into her tailhead. Tighter and better at the top of her shoulder, more elite as she comes out of the top of her into her neck and pull, and I think a little longer necked and more natural up there. So it's your choice from around, obviously, which one of these two you like. I just think the one that's got the best structural balance, and I think time and maturity will help her long term, is going to be the young lady that's spinning right here. So she'll win the class. This young lady will be second. But those two will probably show against each other a lot, and I think they'll probably go back and forth quite a bit because they're both very high-quality females. So let's give both these gals a round of applause, and we'll see them both back for our final drive.
And congratulations in that first class of Polled Hereford breeding heifers. First will go to Blair Bueller. Second is to Jaden Thompson. Our second class of Polled Hereford heifers will have 5 entries. Very close in birth dates from March 1 to March 25th of this year.
You know, Susan, as you remember, last night we had that Hereford sale in the back that the Nebraska Hereford Association puts on, and a lot of these heifers were just purchased last night, and so they're just meeting their new owners today. And again, we want to brag about the Nebraska Hereford Association does a phenomenal job of providing opportunities to kids that are buying heifers and steers in their sale. in the classic sale. And the Nebraska Hereford Association will have their large summer event right here in these facilities. I think it's the first weekend in June, and they give back over $1,500 in a futurity program, and it's a great family event.
Oh, it is. I've got kind of a soft spot. My first 4-H steer was a Hereford in Minnesota. It was one of those love relationships you get. You get like with your program where you match up kids with owners. I got to learn more about the breed just because I spent time having that conversation.
Well, and I grew up showing Hereford cattle. My girls love showing Hereford cattle, and every breed has different perspectives and different events and different opportunities, and so we don't want to slight the other associations because they do a phenomenal job too. It was just kind of fitting right now where we're showing these Herefords to take a moment and talk about those opportunities.
It's an interesting meet and greet time.
Wow, I think a really interesting class to sort through for sure. And I think in these top 3 or 4, you can do a variety of different things. And I certainly couldn't come here and come into this class to just use the one that's the biggest. And probably for some, you worry like, does she fit right in this class? But as I evaluated and got down to these top 2 or 3 in terms of which ones handle themselves right structurally, which ones have got maybe the most upside to be able to do the right things at the surface and yet have the look and the power and the shape and the length of body, I think that one that's a little bigger than the rest of them is the most logical one from that perspective. And again, if you think that one's too big at this point in time in her career, I understand, but I would argue in terms of just her basic build being the best in the particular class. The one that comes out here in second, I really locked onto her when she first come in, and I think the longer she's out here, the more difficult it is for her in her front end structure. She just wants to be bolder up there, not as comfortable coming out of her neck, and just doesn't handle herself off her front end. But in terms of deep ribbed and big topped and big ended and look and all that comes together incredibly well. Young man, I know that was a little tough, but you got you a good female. I hope you were the one that picked her out last night and somebody else paid for her, because that's the perfect combination. I think that one has got a pile of future. If that one comes in right off the start and does the right things in terms of wanting to be a show heifer, I think she's as good as anyone in this particular class. And, I could have been first, second, or third, I think, in different perspective. Just maybe perhaps is going to be a little more challenging kind of in her lower front end structure, maybe not as long-bodied, but a really good female. I like this heifer as well, and I don't know if that's a sale tag in her, if she come out of the sale last night. She just doesn't want to get her head up and out, and that will come with time, but I just didn't see her as we got down to those top 3 or 4. You can go ahead and lead her out. I like so many things about her, but she just didn't want to get out and show herself. Her rear leg structure and her pasterns are awesome. Her being able to be fluid out here, she just needs to learn how to be a show heifer and get out here and get that extra 10% look. Young lady, it's going to complete the class, just a real solid, very useful kind of a female. Doesn't balance up or maybe just have the pizzazz at this point in time, young lady, but that is an awesome Hereford female. You're going to love her more every day of your life as you get out and into the barn and work on her, because maturity and feed will only make that one better. So really interesting class of females. Let's give them a round of applause.
And then congratulations out of this class number 2 polled Hereford breeding heifers. First exhibited by Emma Stahlbaumer. Second will be to Maya Jones. Third is to Landon Pasek. Fourth exhibited by McKinley Cruz. And fifth to Olivia Hake. Bringing in now our third class of polled Hereford breeding heifers. They are born anywhere from the 15th of February to the 26th of February.
Well, Susan, I don't know what the score is, but remember that game is on, and it's 10-0. Are we ahead, or Huskers are ahead for now? All right. Well, remember that's playing in the Ag Pavilion. Cunningham's has got the bar open in there. Landmark's got a 10-3 is the latest update. Still the Huskers. Get signed up though to win that cooler that'll be given away tonight at 6:00. Juniors, you need to go over to the boutique on the north end here, Ruthie K. Get your name in the drawing. She's going to draw for that bag that's valued over $200. And again, that's all tonight, 6:00 in the Ag Pavilion before we start the sale.
And to those young men that are showing, that bag can be for them too. It's not girly by any means.
Not at all. It's a nice travel
it's
duffel,
gorgeous.
and it's a nice leather bag. So check that out, guys.
She said the Huskers are ahead for now. That's like saying the judge is doing okay for now. But these top two are interesting, and I'll talk through them. You've got your favorite, I'm sure. The one that's going to win gets there from a flexibility perspective. She's just more right. She's more right in her angles, particularly in her rear kind of hip and pastern and hock flexibility. With that, perhaps if I would change this one, is she just needs to blow apart right into her chest region, all the way through her skeleton and from behind. My wife and I have argued for 3 decades now about base width, and I'll take one that's a tick narrower base if they're true in their base at this point in time in their career than I will the opposite of that. And I think feed in time will allow this one to expand at the surface and expand up high, and then it goes with the really good look she's got in her top line and good enough out through her tail head. So that's, in my mind, how she wins, is just flexibility and kind of elite look. Heifer that's in second's got more depth of body and more flank, and she does have more curvature through the center portion of her skeleton, and she's got more muscle, but it's just a female at this point in time. Just gets a little straighter in the front 1/3, a little more restricted from behind. She'll be fine. That one will be perfectly sound enough to be a great show heifer and a long-term brood cow. I just didn't see the natural flexibility in her as I did the class winner. Just more power, though, for sure. The one that's in third, just a good basic type of female of our young man that come back in here. She doesn't do anything elite, but she does a lot of things really solid in terms of forerib, in terms of length of body, cute fronted, cute headed, all those kind of things. I think will play in her favor long term. Again, at this point in time, just probably not quite there yet. The one that's going to complete the class, certainly nicely shown and presented to us today, got some power and body and some extension, just one that gets more rigid on both ends. As I watched her walk around here, that, hopefully for the young lady that she'll stay flexible enough. But as I evaluated these 4, I thought she was the one that just struggled off both ends more than some of the others. But deep-bodied, good-looking, nice profiling. Nice set of Hereford females. Let's give them a round of applause.
Here's your results of your Class 3 of polled Hereford breeding heifers. First, we'll go to Kira Bremer. Second is to Jacqueline Studer. Third to Landon Pisek. And fourth to Kinley Akoff. Bringing it now, class number 4. There will be 2 in this class, January 14th and January 31st.
We've been talking, Susan, about the sponsors that allow us to do all these opportunities. And I need to take a moment and really thank the team that works really hard to put the Classic together. And we've got a team that's working in back, getting everybody checked in for tomorrow. But we got a couple ladies that are 3 or 4 of them down there in the ring that are helping. And these guys all grew up showing cattle themselves, except for one lady that I'll pick on here in a little bit. And it takes a team to do this, and I appreciate their time. And the one lady that, you know, she's been here at the Classic about as long as KRVN has, Susan. And Mary, I don't know where you're hiding. Mary, you still in front? She went to get a drink. So we'll come back to Raz and Mary in a little bit. But thank you to all these girls that have given their weekend to be here and helping. And they like helping the kids, too, in the show ring. So thanks, guys.
Well, I think another really tight pair. I'll describe the cattle and tell you which one that I like the best. You know, the one that's out front's the power cow of the two. She's got more body shape. She's truer and squarer from behind. She's got, in terms of up high and down low, both. She's got more top shape. I like how she comes back into her tailhead for one that's a power cow like this. And I like how she holds her head and neck up. Maybe not the sweetest, coolest fronted animal we've seen today, but she's got enough extension and she stays tight enough down into her chest. So she's the power one. Perhaps the one that's a little more feminine in her nature is the one that stands here behind her, a little nicer shouldered, maybe a little more consistent down her top line in the front 1/3 of her skeleton, but just greener in her nature and doesn't have quite the power, doesn't balance up quite as well. And I think as I get behind her, she wants to get a little close at her hock and things that will get better over time. And a tight pair, but at this point in time, I'm going to go with the one that's just got a tick more power and substance and just wants to get out and be a show heifer a little more and behave a little better than this one. But young lady, that one is going to get better every day of her life. She's got all the right things to let maturity and feed to be at her advantage. So tight pair. Let's give those two young gals a round of applause.
Here results of Class 4. First place will go to Chloe Tolley. Second is to Remington Blesson. One single entry in the Polled Hereford Breeding Heifer Class 5, born the 21st of October, 21.
Just won in this fall class in October, the young lady told me, but good, useful, practical female with no major issues in terms of soundness or size or completeness. All that comes together, really, really well. And as she goes out through, the next 6 months, I think she certainly will need to power up in her forerib and kind of that middle section and expand and get more maternal in her look there. But a good female that gets out and moves really well, balance and profile and proportionality are all in her favor. So let's give her a round of applause. Nice October female.
And congratulations out of Class 5 exhibited by Joanna Studer. Our final class of polled Hereford breeding heifers entering the ring now, born March 3rd of 21 and March 17th of 21.
Well, a couple really, really good bred Hereford females here, and certainly some differences between them, and I'll talk through it. And I think it's certainly close as you evaluate these cattle. And let me talk about them, and then I'll tell you which one I think needs to win this class. The things that I like about the one that stands out front, certainly at the surface, like this one's toe design and kind of hoof shape is as good as you can get one, I think. Her rear leg structure is awesome. Her flexibility to her hip and her hock and down into her pastern of the two is the most elite. The other thing that I like about her, one of the many other things I like about her, is that she comes together really nice at her shoulder and meets the surface. She's got plenty of width at chest up high, but she handles it well in terms of how she comes and meets the surface, and that one just gets kind of progressively wider as you go from the point of her shoulder back into her stifle. And certainly a moderate one, one that at times, just like her color pattern, is a challenge in my mind in terms of evaluating her up through her head and her neck region. But boy, where this one is good, and in terms of movement, in terms of sensibility of frame size, but yet length of body, how she handles, again, her shoulder, all those things are really good. The one that is standing right behind her, a tick bigger female, and that's perfectly fine. Probably have shown here that frame size is not a sorting factor, one factor or the other. She gets a little more refined in her bone work and her foot shape and size compared to the one that's right ahead of her, and she gets just a little more restricted in her movement and wants to get outside of herself just a little. I think she's got more shape when you get and look at her from behind as the one that's right ahead of her, for sure. And she actually handles herself maybe a little better up in the upper neck region, but comes down and gets pretty bunchy and down into her forechest and her sternum. And so that's maybe the difficult part with that. But the one that I think has got the most proportionality in terms of bone fit in their body, length of side, rib shape fit in their skeletal size, is the one that's going to come out here first. So she'll win the class. Young man will be second. That's a nice pair of Hereford females.
Congratulations. In our final class of polled Hereford breeding heifers, first goes to Brenly Elber, second to Graydon Forbes. We'll get those ladies all lined up, bring them back in for your selection of your champion polled Hereford breeding heifer.
You know, I thought you were a Husker fan. What do you got on that computer screen, Susan?
The beautiful maroon and gold.
And what's the score of your team you're watching?
Right now it is 9-10, but we haven't kicked yet, so we'll see what happens. But we have an injured player on the field, so not a good thing to happen.
Is there a Husker update on the bottom there, too?
Well, yeah, it says 10, but that's it.
Yeah.
We're only behind by 1 so far.
Oh, no. The other team is gaining. It's 10-9.
And a Hereford show here. Boy, just really nice cattle from top to bottom. One that comes out of her first class has got an incredible amount of potential in my mind. Good haired and awesome colored and elite looking up front. Just, I think, one that gets out and moves and does a lot of things really nice. I think, you know, just the ultimate potential you can imagine in that female. One that come out of our second class, as we talked about her being a little bigger in that class, but does everything right in terms of balance and profile and soundness of structure And I think her maturity pattern fits her skeleton real well, and that one's only going to become more competitive down the road. The one that comes out of our third class, as we talked about her, in that particular class, she got there with bone and soundness, not the widest structured one. I think, the one that's right ahead of her, probably in the couple are just got more width of skeleton, perhaps, than at the age than what that one does. But good pieces and parts that is going to make that one really, really legit. The one that's right behind here, a good, useful kind of a female, for sure. And we get into our October one, and we talked about her doing a lot of cool, really and good things for that age, and needs to power up at some point in time, but soundness of structure and look. And then we come down to what I thought was a really tight pair of big females, and this one, just not the most attractive in the front 1/3, but really sound and big boned and long-sided, really good as far as coming out of her shoulder with the skeleton, all those things, really, really awesome. So I think you can do a lot of things here and feel very comfortable with it. If you want to take a risk and get down here to a couple of elite calves, you can. If you want to stay on the safe side with these really nice big breds, you can as well. So with that in mind, I'll punch a ticket for one to go to our final drive, and that's going to be this one right down here on the end. So congratulations. This one comes back in here, and it's just interesting to see him again. I'm going to leave these two together. I just think they're both really, really high quality, so this young man will be reserved. So congratulations.
And congratulations, your champion polled Hereford breeding heifer, exhibited by Brindley Albers. Reserve is by Graydon Forbes. Ronette was telling me this coming in the ring now is a first for the youth event in the fall Classic show. We're going to start with the Scottish Highland breeding heifer. There'll be one in the class, born on February 10th of this year.
We've got a couple of classes of Scottish Highlanders, and it's been fun to watch the popularity of these cattle for a variety of different reasons. And man, they're cool looking for sure, and unique, obviously, with their hair code and their kind of structural design. But this is sure an awful nice one that I think does a lot of things right from a structural correctness, body shape, just really attractive and complete from end to end. So, young lady, thanks for bringing her in. And we'll take a look at her when we come back in here for the next class. Okay, let's give her a round of applause.
Congratulations to Addie Sundstrom. And now will be our second and final class of our Scottish Highland. This heifer was born the 2nd of January, 21.
well, year old here in our Scottish Highlander. But again, just a really cool looking female, a lot like our first class winner. They balance up nice and got body shape and got bone, and obviously very interesting haired. And it's fun to see the unique differences among breeds. And then you get one like all day long, and then you get one like this that's even more unique. So we'll take a look at her. I don't proclaim to be an expert in these breeds, but I'm looking forward to seeing these two back together. So congratulations, young lady. We'll bring the calf back in.
And congratulations, that is Brenna Brown with the Class 2 of the Scottish Highland Breeding Heifer, bringing them both back in for making the selection of your champion.
Well, of our class winners here, the young one, she maybe has the advantage of like youthful looking and kind of wow factor. I think she's a little bigger boned, and the one that's right ahead of her, one that looks like right there, wants at times to get a little close to her hock and not get out and plant herself on the stand like maybe, but she gets out and moves fine. And, the older one certainly has an advantage just in terms of the kind of looking like a brood cow and depth of body. Not as big a boned, perhaps, but just real square on both ends and gets out and moves nice and just has matured herself into a very nice future brood cow look. And so with that in mind, I think I'm just going to play the safe bet to use this really nice older one here for champion. This young lady will be reserved. So let's give them a round of applause. I think it's really, really fun to see these cattle. So congratulations, young ladies.
And congratulations to Brianna Brown, your champion Scottish Highland Breeding Heifer Exhibitor. Reserve champion will go to Addie Sundstrom. Reminder to all, make sure you make your way back to the backdrop over to have your photos taken by Megan and her crew with Next Level. As we continue with our show this afternoon, we're going to move on to the limousine. We have one exhibitor born January 25th of 21.
Just one limousine here, but really nice female that's going to calve here, I think, in a couple months, and complete and balanced and sound structured. You know, not the woofiest middled one that we've seen today, but it's like everything is in proportion with her bone, her structure, her skeleton, her neck, and is so neat and fresh up through the front 1/3 of her body. So great job of representing this breed, young lady, and you'll be champion Lemmy female. So let's give her another round of applause.
And congratulations, winning the class in your champion limousine breeding heifer, Brianna Brown. Moving on to our main Anjou, there'll be 2 in this class, born March 10th and March 12th of 22.
As we start this, go ahead, young lady. Go ahead and keep bringing her right up. Sorry, I'm changing the format here a little bit. As we start this division, 2 real high quality, very youthful looking, very fancy looking females for sure. And of the 2, the one that I think has just got more natural shape at this point in time, you take a look at this one from the front, and she just is wider chested, and I think carries that natural dimension back through her skeleton and to her stifle to a greater extent than the one that's right behind her. And then she combines that with an elite look, a big bone, a big foot, sound structure, just a really nice prospect, I think, to start with it for this young lady. The one that's right behind is every bit as elite in her look. There's no doubt about it, if not even more, on the stand, and just like to get that kind of little head and nice neck and come up out of her shoulder is hard to do. Just at this point in time, really comes kind of out of the same hole up front and just doesn't see us a natural expansion in her skeleton. And again, if we think about things that get better over time, I would take that one versus a lot of things to be able to try to manage and let time take care of itself. But at this point, the one with the more body and the more shape is this young lady's here. So 1 and 2, let's give them a round of applause. Nice way to start our mains.
And congratulations in your main Anjou, your first end champion exhibited by Oakley Dorsley, and your reserve champion exhibited by Garrett Schultz. Moving on will be our main Angus breeding heifer. The first class was born the 11th of April of this year.
in our first class of Maine Angus, a breed that I'm particularly interested in. And, you know, I know Bob did the National Junior Maine Angus deal this summer, and quality's really good, and numbers are starting to expand, and lots of good to those genetics coming together. And I think this is a real nice one that represents that good and up-headed, and nice top line and hip. Rear leg structure is nice. A little out up front if we were going to get picky on her, but again, as we think about prospects and ones of the future, I think she does a nice job with that. So, young lady, congrats. We'll look at her closer here in a little bit.
And congratulations in that first class of Maine Angus breeding heifers, Abby Stahlbaumer, the exhibitor. In your second class of Maine Angus breeding heifers, there will be 2 in the class, March 4th and March 10th.
Interesting pair to evaluate. Both high-quality females for sure. The one that stands up front right now would be the one that's certainly the most elite in her front end structure as far as neck and head and just how she looks from a profile perspective up there. And then she certainly carries that design nicely back out through her mid-structure and back out through her stifle. She's one that gets, in my mind, a little open at her shoulder. She comes down and turns out of her knee and is not as parallel to her spine as the one that's right behind her. And then she's a little more restricted on her rear, too, I think, compared to that one. But, wow, so many good things about her and so much future. The one that's right behind her is certainly deeper necked and maybe going to be more of a challenge to handle, maturity pattern to keep her quite cute enough in the front 1/3 of her body. But today, she handles herself better in her front end structure. She's more flexible and takes a nicer, longer, more clean step from behind. And so I think her extra advantage and power and in bone and foot and extension off both ends gets her to the top in my mind. So the young man in the cowboy hat will win the class. Young lady will be second. Two very, very nice females. Let's give them a round of applause.
Here's results of your second class of Maine Angus breeding heifers. First, we'll go to AJ Prospect School. Second is to Collins Porter. In our breeding heifer class, class number 3, we have a single entry, February 28th to 22.
Really a high quality female in terms of basic function in my mind, really soft structured off both ends, and when I say that in terms of bone work and pastern flex, softness middled and forerib and flank, and yeah, do we get a little bit of neck with that? For sure we do, but we just get so much function and practicality with her, and yeah, certainly, as we pick her apart and look at her, give her some more angulation up front, but that's a good, useful female. We'll give him a round of applause, and we'll see him back here for our champion drive.
And congratulations to AJ Prospect, the winner of the Maine Angus breeding heifer class number 3. Bringing them all back in to make the selection of your champion.
Really cool to see several Maine Angus here at your show, and we talked about the one out of our first class. Needs some time and depth of body, but certainly a really good female, very elite in her look. One that come out of our second class, just does a lot of things incredibly well. And yeah, if you want one that's just razor fronted, she's not it. If you want one that just says practicality and usefulness, and yet attractive in the rib shape and rear leg set, she does that very well. And one right behind her, very similar in her makeup, and maybe not as good in the angulation of her shoulder and where her knee kind of sets in to her whole silhouette, but yet a really, really good female. So Your champion, Maine Angus, that punches your ticket to the big drive here in a little bit is going to be this one. So congratulations. Really nice one that comes in here, a second in that class, and so many things about her I like her, and so many things that I think need some time to kind of just come together. And just a little wider at the top of her shoulder and this middle part of her shoulder, and just her top line doesn't balance in quite as well, but lots of wow factor. And I'm going to keep, I think, the two heifers that are more similar in their design and look and so solid in their basic function together. So this heifer here will be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations to AJ Pospiskal, your champion Maine and reserve champion Maine Angus breeding heifer. Moving on now to the maintainer breeding heifer classes. There'll be two classes. First one has 3 entries, March 25th to April 23rd.
Well, a nice trio of heifers here. Differences in our first maintainer heifer class, but this one comes to the top. She just is nicer balanced and got a little more product to her. Certainly well presented to us today, but we peel that back, and one that gets out and moves good and just kind of gives us that consistency in her look and her body type from end to end. So nice job, young man. And I think second and third is a little more difficult. You've got one that doesn't want to show very well, and then you've got little Mason figuring out how to get her heifer put together. The one that's going to be in second's not perfect in terms of her front end structure. I thought her balance and profile was a little nicer than the heifer that's going to complete the class when she be out on the stand. But she certainly needs to do the right things in terms of moderation and depth of body. But there's a lot of good to that female that if it all comes together, her attractiveness will be really nice. How about this? A 5-year-old. I saw her yesterday in the fitting competition, and I start to think about my granddaughters showing soon. 10 days from now, Mason's going to be 6. She'll get all the way to 6, so her birthday is coming up, but that's just so cool. And she's got a nice, very useful kind of a complete female that I think when Mason and that heifer figure out each other and with time, that one will be maybe as good as anyone in the class, just a little harder to evaluate at this point in time. So let's give Mason and her competitors a round of applause.
Entering the ring now will be your second class of maintainers. They are the 9th and 10th of April. Your results of your first class. First will go to Jace Prince, second to Josie Wilson, and third to Mason Blessant.
Well, in our bigger maintainer heifers here, this one that's out front's just really, really good. And, she's good at the surface. She's good on the profile. She's been, for sure. She's a little chuffier. It's so difficult to keep these kind of massively built ones perfect in terms of their freshness, but big middled and big ended and big top, but yet still very fluid. Her shoulder comes together well. She comes and meets the surface good on both ends. And, as they get this mature, they don't maybe look as long and as extended in their neck, and she's probably naturally not, but there's no use picking on one. that just does everything else so impressive. And the one young lady that's behind her, and good female as well. Doesn't maybe show us quite the depth of body and the maternal characteristics from that perspective as the one that's right ahead of her, but length of side and length of hip, and she too is one that is good at her undercarriage and gets out and moves really nice. So you need to be awful proud of her as well, and hopefully she'll make you some money. That'll be a good brood cow and really make some things happen. So congratulations to both of them. Give them a round of applause. As we get ready to pick our champion maintainer, we've talked about him, I think, extensively enough. A lot of future in our young one here that's just so basic in her build and so functional in her type, and yet gives us a nice kind of show ring presence. So I think a pile of future in her. And then just got done talking about this one, but just really, really nice. And as somebody who's spent a lot of time in this particular breed, I do love and appreciate when one represents the breed incredibly well, and she does that. So let's punch her ticket to the backdrop and then punch her ticket to just a little while later. We have our final drive. Young man, you'll be reserved, so you get to go to the backdrop as well. So, ooh, look at that little fist bump. That was smooth. All right, let's give them both a round of applause. Good females.
And congratulations, your champion maintainer breeding heifer exhibited by Garrett Schultz, your reserve by Jace Prince. We move on now to the shorthorn breeding part of our show today. We have 3 in this first class from February 23rd to April 12th of this year.
The guys from Billy Jack's just called me and said they got some fresh pizza out there. So if you guys are looking for some pizza, he's got some fresh ones out there. Again, stop by any of the food trucks here on the south side. Go into the Ag Pavilion. Cunningham's has got the bar open in there. Again, enjoy your afternoon, as well as the tremendous boutiques. The sponsors I know are sitting in their booths. They'd love to visit with you this afternoon.
Well, a big difference in structural type between these top two, and who knows where they'll land at the end. And, I think they could move back and forth quite a bit just on how they develop. The one I'm going to use is certainly a little more elongated and thus perhaps a little less middle shape, a little less practicality from that perspective, but gets out and moves really nice, and her balance and profile do all kind of the right things at this point in time in her maturity pattern. I just think that she's the one that's got the most kind of female look to her, and the one that at this point in time just wants to be a show heifer and give us a look. Young lady's done a nice job and good ring help here, trying to help her get this one shown. More depth of body and more practicality of frame than the one that's right ahead of her, but at the same time just doesn't quite balance up. I think her symmetry at this point in time, until she knows how to get out and make it happen, is the second to the one that's right ahead. And then she's just a little rounder muscle when you get behind her compared to our class winner, but way more depth of body, way more depth of flank and sogginess to her than the one that wins. Third one that comes out here, man, this is just a really good, very useful heifer. You've done a nice job with her, and she's really long-bodied. I like your shirt, too. Can I have that? I don't know if it'd fit or not, but I like your shirt. Really long-bodied and long out through her hip, and really feminine up in her head and neck. She's just one, as I've talked about before, young man, she just needs more time. She needs feed, she needs brushing, she needs work, and she needs maturity. And when you go back in every morning after chores and get ready to go to school, you're going to think she's even better than you saw her the week before, okay, or the day before. So let's give him and his competitors here a round of applause. Good set of shorthorn females.
And congratulations in this first class of shorthorn breeding heifers. First will go to Kate Hogan. Second is to Ainsley Beach. And third to Kason Carlson. We have a single entry in this final class of shorthorn breeding heifers born the 4th of February of 21.
Just one of these bigger bred shorthorn females, but a nice one, really up-headed. And how she comes out of the top of her shoulder, both into her spine and out up into her pole is one that's really, really attractive from that perspective, and handles her top line. Not like the longest-sided one in comparison to her skeletal structure, but kind of very complete as far as body shape. Got enough bone, I think, down low, but her top 2/3 are the most impressive, and just in terms of mass and power. So congratulations, young lady. We'll get these other cattle in here and find us a champion.
And congratulations to Jada Wood with the first place in class number 2 of your shorthorn breeding heifers.
with our two class champions here. The one that come out of our first class, and we talked about that, the difference between her and the one that was right behind her. And who knows, in my mind, what this one's going to do long term. But we do know for sure that she's elite looking in the front one half of her skeleton. She's certainly got a good bone undercarriage underneath of her and foot. Like to change her hip, just how she comes the back part of her spine and into her hip. She's a little shorter hipped and one that just kind of drops off and doesn't perhaps give us quite as much of a fashionable and functional look there, but certainly got all the bits and pieces, I think, to be awful good. The one that's right behind is less, perhaps risky because she's kind of done most of the things well. Nothing just like, wow, unbelievable, but good, solid, basic build that looks like an eventual brood cow. A little straighter up front, perhaps, but good movement from behind, and just looks like when she turns out and starts to be a cow-calf pair that everything's going to synchronize together pretty well there. And so with that in mind, maybe it's a safe bet, but I'm going to go ahead and just use our big bred female here for champion, and you'll get to go to the final drive. So congratulations, young lady. Then this one that's right ahead of her will be reserve, and I think, again, all kinds of future. So good luck.
And congratulations, your champion shorthorn breeding heifer, exhibited by Jada Wood, your reserve champion, exhibited by Kate Hogan. Moving on now to our shorthorn plus breeding heifer. This is the only class. There are 3 entries from February 5th to March 5th.
good quality cattle in here for sure. And I think these top two are particularly worth some description. But the one that's going to win just has an advantage at this point in time in depth of middle and body, but at the same time, just really nice head and neck. She handles her top line well, and she handles her bone. Not the biggest footed one in the world for one that's just so explosive up high, but a good female, one that's got tremendous amount of shape from behind, and hopefully that kind of stays in control for her, and she's able to stay sound structured and still feminine looking, but awful nice. Young lady, there's a lot of future in this blue roan, and I've always had an attraction to these kind of blue roan type of heifers, and I just think one that doesn't today have as much depth of body and kind of that soggy production type of a look, but these cattle are young yet, and I think this one's got that cool look in the front 1/3 of her body and her top line back through her hip. You get behind her, there's enough shape in her. Just a little straighter hocked and pastern perhaps in our class winner, but everything else is going to come together, and you do a nice job showing, and I can tell you love to be in the show ring. I can see that throughout today, and so that's a good pair moving forward, young lady. The one that's going to come out here that's going to complete our class, just a really good, useful kind of a heifer that's got some extension to her. In this particular class, she's farther behind as far as body shape and muscle dimension, but sound structured off both ends. One that's got some length of side and length of neck. So she's got future hope, future vision to her as well, just a little farther behind those top two. Let's give those exhibitors a round of applause of our pluses, nice females.
And here's your results of your Shorthorn Plus breeding heifers. First, we'll go to Alea Beach. Second is to Reese Locke. And third to Olivia Haig. Alea Beach will be your champion Shorthorn Plus breeding heifer exhibitor, and Reese Locke with the reserve champion. Moving on now, this is Class 36, first of two classes for our purebred Simmental breeding heifers. There will be 3 in this class, February 15th and March 4th.
What an interesting trio of heifers. But the heifer with soundness and depth of body and just soft structured is going to be the one that we use today. And yeah, with that, we get a little more neck perhaps, and thus we lose some balance. But of these three, just advantage in bone and foot size. And again, kind of we look at depth of forerib and depth of flank. This one comes to the top, pretty easily in my mind. But I tell you what, the second heifer grew on me the longer she was out here, and she doesn't have the hair or maybe the time of presentation as the one that's right ahead of her, but she is, of the three, I think perhaps the one that's the most chiseled in her neck, the most length in her neck, comes into her shoulder really nice. Her top line is good, and her rear leg structure is nice. I think there's a pile of future in her. It's going to take a while, but I think that one will be a really good big bred. And this one doesn't want to be a show heifer today, and I know that she probably can look better, and she will look better once she settles down. But of the three, even though there's some really wow factor things to her, she gets more rigid in her top. She gets more open at her shoulder and turned at her knee, and doesn't handle herself as well from a movement perspective. But appreciate the presentation, appreciate this young gal doing the right thing. She just took a deep breath there, but she's doing the right thing of keeping your patience, and this has happened to all of us. She'll settle in, she'll look better, it'll be more fun, I'm sure. So let's give this young lady and her competitors a round of applause.
Here's the results of your purebred Simmental breeding heifer class 1. First will go to Luke Katz, second to Blakely Katz, and third is to Gracie Clausen. There'll be a single entry in the final class for purebred Simmental breeding heifers born the 2nd of October of 21.
We'll take a look at this heifer as we get back into the final drive. I know the young gal does a good job of showing. I like that look, and not to skew those people back there, but I like the look and what you're doing here. And certainly a heifer with some dimension to her. Probably needs to be a tick more flexible on both ends, and you can see that out here in terms of her front end design and lack of angulation and a little stiffer from behind. But wow, you've done a nice job with this heifer, and you just get her maximizes every last bit that you can. So we'll give her a round of applause, and we'll get our first class winners in here with her.
Congratulations to Isabella Detwiller with the purebred Simmental breeding heifer class 2. Bring him in now for your champion purebred Simmental breeding heifer.
Well, as we get kind of the three out here of we've got in our Simmentals, the one that we used to win that first class, I saw her do this again. She's kind of unique. She looks really good on the move in her top, and she comes in, and when she stops, she just, wants to drop her top. and then it kind of comes back up. But flexible bone, depth of body, got enough length to her, just a little chuffier perhaps, but just practicality written all over her. And the one that's right behind her, as we talked about her, good traits for sure, but just a little more rigid on both ends, and sure like for her to be more flexible to go with her neat head and her width and skeleton and those things. The heifer that come out of our first class, I talked about her, just kind of continues to amaze me, I guess, or I'm attracted to her in terms of being very up-headed and very good top line and good enough back into her tail head and very sound structured. And so as I look at these and evaluate those, I'm going to leave those first class to a pair of females together as the more flexible ones that I think are just more right at the ground and do some really good things up high. So you'll be champion, and this young gal down here that was second behind you will be a reserve. So you're smiling. Congratulations. Now you giggled. That's even better. Congratulations, young ladies. So let's give all three of these exhibitors a round of applause.
And congratulations, your champion purebred Simmental breeding heifer exhibited by Luke Katz, your reserve champion by Blakely Katz. Now moving on to our percentage Simmental breeding heifers. There'll be 4 entries in this class. January 28th of 22 to March 15th of 22.
Yeah, I think of the classes today, this is one that, maybe if Bob and Lauren would have walked in here from doing the actual placings, it could get jumbled up pretty good between kind of every look and every judge. But the one that I think is the most fault-free is this one that we're going to start with. I just think she does a really nice job at the ground. She's bigger-footed and more flexible than the one that's in second, and I think she's bolder-hearted than the ones in third and fourth. And so, in my mind, I don't know, probably never quivered when she come in terms of that maybe she was just the most logical, most complete one to be able to start the class. Certainly the maybe deeper-bodied, more moderate one is the one that's in second. So you can go ahead and bring her out, young man. I like her forerib shape, and I like her shoulder structure and design and her angulation better than the one that's in third. She's a little more rigid back on her pasterns, and she didn't like being second. She could have been third, but just a little tighter in her pastern, but boy, her depth of body and her look and balance and all of those are really, really good. Young man, she'll settle in and she'll become a show heifer. You can always kind of tell, and I always think it's unique, the ones that aren't wild, but when they get away, they just look at everybody like, you're not going to catch me. I'm just going to stay about 3 foot away from you, and that's the way that she was. And that's the ones that will show just fine the second or third time. So the one that's in third, I think third and fourth is pretty close. And this one just wants to turn out up front and not be as kind of straight and parallel to the rest of her body, as I'd like to see, and just a little tighter hearted. But wow factor head and neck and look and profile, all those things are really, really fun to look at. And, fourth, I think, you can argue maybe this heifer goes second, third, or fourth, but just at times when she didn't want to behave, she wanted to get more rigid in her top and just didn't give me kind of that look of balance and look of just softness up high to be able to be flexible enough down low, and she wants to turn a little out front too. But big, deep, big in the middle third of her body in terms of skeletal dimension, long-sided, long-necked, plenty of future in her. When she settles in, maybe she wins the class when you're against these three in a month or so. So, young lady, nice job of showing, nice job of cattle. Let's give them all a round of applause.
And congratulations in your percentage Simmental breeding heifer. First, we'll go to Catherine Neighbors. Second, to Jared Hansen. Third is to Garrett Schultz. And fourth, to Jamie Yankee. Moving on, we've got another class of percentage Simmental breeding heifers. Their birth dates are from February 15th to April 12th.
Well, it's always fun when you see somebody come in and they're so comfortable with their animal and so comfortable in terms of personality and comfortable with their quality of animal to get after it. And this girl knows she's got a really good one. She knows she's got one that's flexible that looks even better at kind of a high rate of speed. And that's just fun to see. And, not the biggest built down low in terms of foot and bone, but good enough. And then the up high scenario is awesome, like the shape right behind her rib and how she carries that back through the center portion of her skeleton to enough shape from behind, and her balance and profile from the side are just really, really fun. And, one of the, I think, more amazing things about her at this point in time in her maturity pattern, she's a little younger female, but yet she stayed incredibly fresh in her neck design down through the lower one-third of her body. So, good job, young lady. Good job of showing. Good job of managing a very elite female. The one that comes out here in second, a little bigger perhaps than the one that's in third, and I'm not sure quite as flexible, but she just looks more like a brood cow. She looks farther along in terms of her depth of forerib and flank and kind of calfy looking, so to speak. Certainly like to give her a tick more extension and flexibility, but big-ended when you get it from behind, big-boned and big-footed, lots of good things. So good job, young man. Young lady that's going to complete the class here, that's going to come out. Again, a heifer that if you're going to say this one's more flexible than the one that's right ahead of her, I get that. But at this point in time, I sure think I'd like to see them just a little more explosive in their forerib, a little more maternal in their look in the center and lower portion of the skeleton. But Gal does a good job of showing. It's been fun to have her in the ring today. So let's give her and her competitors a round of applause. Good class of females.
And congratulations out of the percentage Simmental breeding heifer class 2. First we'll go to Tatum Dorsey. Second is to Jared Hansen. And third to Eva Brown. We'll bring in our ladies once again for the selection of your champion percentage Simmental breeding heifer.
Well, while we're getting our Simmentals lined up back there, we've got the commercial breeding heifers to go yet, and then we'll roll into picking our supreme overall breeding heifers for today. And then Bob and Lauren will go to work on our showmanship, and Mark will let you have a lunch break then finally. So a lot of fun things, and again, don't forget that sale that's going to happen at 6 o'clock, and that'll be fun. Again, if you want to get your kids involved, we will enroll them into the scholarship program. And again, all of those activities tonight at 6. And don't forget, too, if you bought a heifer at the Classic, we will have a Classic heifer class, and that'll follow this commercial heifers. So lots of things happening yet, and again, our judges are so excited to work with the kids. And again, thank you to all the parents for bringing your kids here and letting us spend the day with them.
Well, a nice pair of class winners out here and nice seconds as well, but maybe one that's a tick unruly. But as we get to our class winners, I think there's a pile of future in this one right here. And, I hope she stays kind of flexible enough and gets a tick deeper bodied. But all the elements are there for a really, really impressive show heifer and one that I think has got uniqueness to her to be a nice producer as well for the young lady. I was pretty high on this one when she come into class, and Bob and I were talking. Maybe neither one of us are perfect at hiding our feelings when we see one that we really appreciate. But I don't need to talk about her anymore. It'll be fun to punch her ticket and see her back here for the final drive. So, young lady, you will have champion in this breed. So congratulations. Do a nice job of showing. And as I take a look at the second that's behind her, and we talked about the goodness of her for sure, but I'm going to leave these class winners together here. So this young lady right down here will get to go to the banner, take a picture as well. Congratulations.
And congratulations, your champion percentage Simmental breeding heifer exhibited by Tatum Dorsey, your reserve champion by Catherine Neighbor. Moving on now to our commercial breeding heifers. This is class 1. There will be 4 entries, March 18th to May 11th. And a quick note for our youth that have received a pin to come back for the showmanship this afternoon. We will be starting out with the senior division, and there will be no break in between our selection of our overall champion. So we will start out with the senior division showmanship for those who've received a pin.
We'll just start our commercial heifer show here. This one comes to the top pretty easily in my mind. She's the best up high and she's the best down low in terms of squishy pastern and flexible hocked and good-footed, and she combines that with a nice long neck and a good amount of middle shape to her and a nice hip and a nice tailhead design. That's a really nice female young lady to start off our commercial heifer show. I think second and third are a little more difficult in my mind. I like the second heifer in terms of her movement from behind. Up front, go ahead, young lady. Up front, maybe she doesn't handle herself quite as well and as consistent. You can go ahead and move her out or around here to come back in. But but this heifer, if she handles her front end structure fine, she does a lot of other things really nice in terms of enough depth of body and capacity. And again, as we get her out and move, she's more natural in her hock and more natural than her pastern. But certainly understand if she's not tied together well enough up front. The heifer that comes out here in third, she does that better for sure. But as she got out and moved, she just more rigid in her hock and her pastern, smaller toed and footed, and just not as comfortable. But a really long-sided heifer that's got good extension to her neck, and she handles her hip really well. Just needs to maybe just calm down mentally and to be able to be more flexible off of her rear too. Young lady's going to complete the class. Just a good, useful kind of a commercial heifer. Young lady, you're doing a nice job with her. She just is a little out of balance. She's a little deeper in her sternum and then comes up in her forerib and flank and a little finer bone. But certainly one that's top line is really good. Her design out through her hip is really nice. Other things just need to come together. Let's give them a round of applause. One class left, I think, but our first commercial class.
Here's the results of your commercial breeding heifer Class 1. First, we'll go to Edison Wilson. Second, to Karina Smirdas. Third is to Catherine Neighbor. And fourth, to Maddie Yonke. Commercial breeding heifer Class number 2. There should be 3 for this class from the 1st of March to the 7th of April.
Well, as always, when you're judging, there's situations where you like certain elements of one versus the other, and there's no doubt that's reality here. And, I like the kind of depth of body and the maternal look of the Blue Roan one that's in second a little better. But I think in terms of just how this silver one handles herself at the ground, both ends, is a distinct advantage over the one that's right behind her. Yeah, I'd like to power her up in her middle and give her more forerib at this point in time, but at the same time, I get behind them, and she's more true and easier in her step, and I think handles herself equally as good as the one that's right behind her out of her front end, and then combines that with a nice top line and a decent amount of length of neck and a little fresher made. And maybe that fresher made is she won't quite get there. I get that and understand that, but I just think that she's the right combination. And Blue Roan one nicely, go ahead and lead that silver one over there. The Blue Roan one certainly does some good things as well. And as I talked about the fact that I like her maternal appearance better than the one that's right behind her. Yeah, she's a little chuffier up through her front end, but I don't mind that. But she just kind of won't get out and get as agile as I'd like to see her off either end. And so that's why she's second. But beautiful top line and hip and tail head, and again, to be able to make one that's right in terms of their middle skeleton like that is really, really impressive. The one that's going to complete the class, just a good functional heifer young man, and she gets a little more mature-headed and kind of her neck and her shoulder, and just doesn't give us the depth of body compared to our two up front. But need to be proud of that one. Hopefully she'll be a good brood cow for you, make you some college money. So let's give him and his competitors a round of applause.
And here's your results of your commercial breeding heifer class number 2. First, we'll go to Taylor Hansen, second to Evie Schlickenburn, and third to Tyler Davis. Bringing them back in for the selection of your champion commercial breeding heifer.
Well, you know, Susan, we're going to get these commercial heifers in here and let Mark make his analysis for our champion commercial. But next up is our classic heifers. And if you guys remember from this morning, we're going to talk about the scholarship and all the opportunities for boys and girls when they buy a heifer here at the Classic. Take and show her all summer long. Get State Fair, Exarban, bring it to all the Classic events, be a part of those tours, and lots of opportunities. And again, that sale tonight's at 6 o'clock. Get your kids signed up for our program. The Classic, like I said, the mission is building that next generation.
As we get ready to pick our champion commercial heifer, I'll talk about our two class winners because I think those two will be our champion in reserve, and then I'll tell you how I sort them. The black one, the calf that comes out of the first class, I just think there's a pile of future in her, and massive legged but yet flexible, and her top line's nice and attractive. She comes out of the top of her shoulder really effectively, and when I say effectively, like it's comfortable for her. She's not having to jerk her around and try to get that look. It's kind of natural in how her skeletal build is. I love her maturity pattern where she's at in the middle part of her skeleton. We'll certainly hope that she can stay tight enough in her forechest and sternum, but that's an awful good one. And we talked about the silver one perhaps not quite as deep-bodied and kind of brood cow looking at this point in time as what would perfect, but her soundness of structure and kind of no holes type of a deal got her to be able to win that class. But if I'm going to bet on one long term to make a difference as a brood cow and what she's going to be like as a show heifer, she's just coming to me, going to make it easy. You want to be champion? All right, you'll be champion. And you got a big cheering section. That's good. You can take her on out and head her to the banner, and then this silver one here will be your reserve commercial. So let's give all our commercial heifer exhibitors a round of applause. Sorry, that's my fault. Congratulations.
Again, congratulations. Your champion commercial breeding heifer, exhibited by Addison Wilson, reserve champion, exhibited by Taylor Hansen. As you heard Mark mention, don't forget to head over to the backdrop banner for your photos with Megan and Next Level. We do have classic heifers that are going to be coming in the ring, and it's a great program that we have here at the Classic. And Ronette, I'm going to turn the microphone over to you so you can talk about these kids that are coming in with their heifers.
Absolutely, and thanks, Susan. And again, you've heard me talking about all day the Classic's mission of building the next generation. And so it's very much so an honor for us to always have these classes where we get to showcase the youth that purchased animals last year at any of the Classic sales. And Mark does have the challenge to bring one of these back into our final drive. And again, it's much more than just the show ring. You know, these kids have the opportunity to network with breeders. They're part of a program. We go on educational tours. They'll do a record book. They'll do some simple interviews. And we present over $15,000 in cash. Plus, we do a lot of awards back to these kids, including jackets, halters, all different things. And the young man that just happens to pull up first to me, not only has he been in my scholarship program, he's actually been a part of the Aspiring Young Cattlemen program. And I want Spencer Walahoski to tell you just a little bit about some unique things that happened to him by being a part of that Classic Aspiring Young Cattlemen program.
So I'm Spencer Walahoski from Overton, Nebraska. Like Ronette said, I was a part of the Aspiring Young Cattlemen program, where I was paired with J.J. Beeler from Beeler Gelbvieh, and that kind of sparked my interest into the Gelbviehs. So we decided to buy this great heifer right here, balancer heifer, and at the Classic, and so that's why she's in here today. But just really excited about her, and just a great program to be in.
You know, and I've picked on you several times, Spencer. I've known you for a long time, and you guys always show, and I think it was probably safe to say you were more of a clubby guy before this Aspiring Young Cattlemen program. Would that be correct?
Yes, that would be correct.
You know, I could almost read the look on his face the night when I introduced him and paired him, and he got announced that he was paired with a Gelbvieh balancer breed, and I think he was probably thinking, what am I doing? And now, what's the number one breed you're adding to your herd?
Gelbvieh balancer.
Gelbvieh balancers. Let's put our hands together for this young man. He's done a great job all year. He's had a successful career with this heifer. So thanks, Spencer. It's been a privilege working with you. Hello, young lady. How are you? You want to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your heifer and what you did with her all summer?
I'm Reese Locke, and over the summer we went to a bunch of shows. We took her to State Fair, and yeah.
Great. Do you got your heifer bred?
Yes.
What did you breed your heifer to?
A bull. His name is Full Tilt.
Awesome. Do you know when she's due to calve?
The end of March.
Great. Let's put our hands together for this young lady. She's added a tremendous female to her your herd. I'll look forward to getting your record book this year. Hello, miss. Introduce yourself.
I'm Eva Brown,
Where are you from, Eva?
just north of Kearney.
And tell me, what did you buy last year at the Classic?
A Sim Angus heifer.
And do you got your heifer bred?
Yes.
When's she going to calve?
End of January.
Into January. You know, you've been a part of my scholarship program, what, a couple times? You've been to the interview. Are those interviews scary?
No.
No, not at all. We like to have fun. So dads and grandpas and moms, keep in mind that your kids don't have to be in high school to be a part of the program, and it's fun. We're teaching them life skills to take them to be leaders in the beef industry. Put your hands together for Miss Brown. Hello, young lady. Introduce yourself.
I'm Brianna Brown.
Brianna. Does this young lady behind you happen to be your sister?
Yes.
So tell me, what did you buy at last year's Classic?
A limousine.
Limousine. And how has your limousine heifer done for you this year?
Really good. We won county fair and state fair.
I thought I seen you at the backdrop at State Fair. You've done a great job. When's she going to calve?
Beginning of January.
Beginning of January. Thank you for being a part of the scholarship program, and good luck with your heifers. Put your hands together for Miss Brianna. Howdy, young man. How are you?
Good.
You are doing great. So tell me what you got here.
A breeding heifer.
And is she bred?
Yeah.
Yep. You know, I had the honor of meeting you and spending the day with you on our tours, didn't I?
Yeah.
Yep. So what was the funnest spot we went on our tours? What place did you like the most?
Ward Laboratory.
Ward Laboratories. So tell me, why did you like Ward Laboratories?
Because they can test anything and see how many nitrates are in it.
They did. And do you remember that Ward Laboratories told us it's not just Nebraska, is it?
No.
Nope. He told us he was sampling water even from the Ukraine, didn't he?
Yeah.
Great. Well, you've done an awesome job. Put your hands together for this young man and everybody in the ring, guys. Sorry, Mark, you can only pick me one to be a part of the final drive, but again, I'm going to ask you, put your hands together for each and every one of them. They've been a part of this program. They've done a great job.
Well, such a cool program, and every time I'm out here, I'm just even more impressed about what you're doing in this state to be able to get the experiences from a competitive perspective within the show ring, but to make it broader and deeper than that. And Renette and the board and the many other people and the ranchers and the other businesses that are involved in this, probably it's as good or better than anywhere that I see. And it's fun to listen to her know these kids in a much deeper level outside of who gets to go to the backdrop more often. And that's just so critical to our future, not only their future, but our future within livestock industry and cattle. So I'm asked to bring one back, and as I look in terms of these five, I think all five of these were competitive today for sure, and I think there's a couple of breed champions out here as well. But to me, the one that does the best job of representing her breed and has got kind of the most female characteristics to her and the least amount of holes and the most amount of great things is going to be the heifer on the end here. So this young man will win this, and I think you were coming back anyway, but you're the best female, so congratulations.
Thank you. And again, everyone in the ring is going to get a halter and a comb. So Sarah, I'll meet you or your parents over here on this side. And again, remember, we're going to kick off kind of the sales season for the rewards for next year this evening at 6 o'clock. And there is steers and heifers in that sale. And again, it's more than just the show ring. Yes, we put a lot of priority on that and the presentation skills, but again, it's about building that next generation of leaders. And it's always awesome to work with the judges that recognize that skill set moving forward. And Mark's been here a few times and does an excellent job of recognizing that. And I'm sure as someone at Vermeer, it's pretty easy when a kid comes in for an interview later down the line and they've been involved in these breed associations, they've been involved in FFA or 4-H programs, those kids tend to stick out just a little bit. So.
Well, Ronette, this is the exciting time. The kids have put a lot of work into these heifers as they bring them back for our champion drive this afternoon. Representing the Angus will be Kinsley Bremer. In the Charlet, Tatum Carlson. The Charlet Composite, Devin Bennett. The champion key will be Jackie Wolfinger. Champion balancer, Spencer Wolochowski. Champion Hereford, McKinley Crows. Your champion Polled Hereford will be Brentley Elber. The champion Highland, Brenna Brown. Champion Limousine, Brianna Brown. The champion Maine Anjou, Oakley Dorsey. Your champion Maine Angus, AJ Prospiskal. The champion maintainer, Garrett Schultz. Your champion Shorthorn will be Jada Wood. Champion Shorthorn Plus, Alea Beach. Your champion Purebred Scimitar, Luke Katz. Your champion Percentage Scimitar, Tatum Dorsey. The champion Commercial, Addison Wilson. And finally, your champion Classic Heifer, Spencer Wolochowski.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, what a ring of awesome champions from today. I'm going to ask you, let's put our hands together and congratulate each and every one of these boys and girls out here. We'll remind everyone to use the entire ring. So, guys, make sure you stay clear to the outside edge. Don't crowd in or it'll get awful tight in here in a hurry. So, everybody make sure you stay clear to the outside edges. You know, Susan, a couple years ago when the Classic got these crazy ideas to start more events than just our traditional event that's in February. You know, first one come about when the pandemic and COVID all hit, and I joked that I was just enough of a rebel that I said we're not going to allow these kids to not have an opportunity to show. So we created the pop-up show, started that happens every year the weekend before the Nebraska State Fair, and we go outdoors in the outdoor arena, have a tent, and have a lot of fun. And unanimously, and I know you've been there and KRVN's been there, when I talk about not having that event anymore, everybody's like, why, Renette? That might be the funnest one you do.
Well, I think it's excitement for the kids, and you being a rebel, I think, was probably one of the best things that happened for the youth during the pandemic, because they were able to show, get ready for State Fair, but most importantly, have fun in the show ring without a lot of pressure being out there.
You know, and then the next thing happened is last year when we decided to create this fall edition in November, and everybody's like, why did you want to do that, Renette? And, you know, myself and the Classic board, we sat around going, and in February we don't have near enough time to spend doing a fitting contest, doing some educational things that come down to agronomy, beef management skills, and so that's why we created this event, is to spend more time with the juniors, and again, all coming back to building that next generation and providing more opportunities for them as they move forward.
Lots to be said for the youth in the ring. Also important to remember the youth that are behind the curtains right now as the reserves, and all the youth in the barn who've worked extremely hard on the animals that they brought this weekend.
Absolutely. It's not just about these. It's everyone that's taken the time to come here and be a part of this and bring their families. And really that's what it's all about, is building that family, building memories. You know, you heard us talk about earlier today during the Charlet division That young man, he's the 4th generation in his family to be a part of the Classic. One of the young ladies helping in the ring, she's a 4th generation that's shown and sold at the Winter Classic. And so it's really becoming a tradition, and that's exciting. And I can tell you from behalf of the Classic, and I know there's some board of directors around here, is we're going to continue to work to get better and build more opportunities for truly cattlemen of all ages, Susan. It's not just about the kids. What can we do for the dads and the grandpas to help the sustainability of our beef industry? And so I think that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you one more time, put your hands together for our awesome judges, ringmen, and all the parents for being here today.
Well, this has been a lot of fun today, and I was driving out yesterday, and I got a call from a friend of mine, Christy Collins, and she asked where I was going, and I said, I'm going to Nebraska to judge a show, and she says, like, you need to judge one more show. And so I kind of got where she was at, but at the same time, I just love to do this, and particularly in environments where the balance is real in terms of a competitive spirit, but a learning environment at the same time, and as well as understanding what I just enjoyed so much at the fitting contest, watching these people be competitors and having fun and teaching each other at the same time. And so, and then I just knew it was extra special when Renette called that I would get a chance to spend a couple days with one of my very best friends and Bob May, that we have. Every once in a while, Deb asks if we're getting along or not, because we'll have a spat or two every once in a while, but we've been deep and close friends for a long period of time. And, and I also think, just like genetics, we want every generation to get better. It's always a challenge when we're building these livestock, but Bob did that. His daughter's better than him, and so it's that's what you want, and it's fun to be able to be with her. And it's amazing to me that she's going to be graduating and entering the workforce, as I remember her as a real little girl. But I think she's a perfect example of one that was able to compete at the very highest levels. Her room is full of some of the biggest banners, but at the same time do it in a way that there was an incredible amount of respect for her as a human being. And again, I think that balance is so, so critical. And those of you around the ring, these cattle are high priced this year, and they have been for a while, and that will probably continue. And I just challenge you to not let that stumble you to be able to do the bulk of what really this project does. And I talked to the young people yesterday about celebrating personal best, celebrating maybe winning a class for the first time ever, and celebrating that as a family and understanding that that was better than the year before. So that's a big victory. We inducted some Hall of Fame members at our local school, and one of them is a Hall of Fame coach of a smaller college in Iowa, and he mentioned he turned down offers to go to D1 type schools because he felt like that you can make victories big no matter where your environment's at. And so a class winner at a county fair is big if you choose to celebrate that because you've done the things that needed to happen as a family unit to be able to accomplish that. And Deb always says when she judges that God gives you a multiple different ways that are awesome to be able to raise your young kids. This is just the one that we chose, and we obviously believe in it, but there are other ways as well. And I think sometimes people like, are people going to keep showing because of club sports and everything else? I've been to judged a pile of shows in the last 12 months. Every one of them have got a pile of 10-year-olds and below showing. I think it's stronger than ever, from that perspective. And so, again, I appreciate the opportunity, appreciate the privilege to be around your young people, and in all seriousness, to be able to be around Bob and Lauren in this kind of a stage. As we've sorted through these females today, it's been good. And I didn't know what to expect, in this type of show and this time of year with other major shows going on, but it's been really, really good. And certainly trying to always keep balance between these cattle in terms of soundness of structure. I think we're starting to put
body and mass in these cattle to the next level now that we've got them better at the ground, and there's indications out here that all that is very, very possible. And so that's been fun as well. And I asked Chris Mullinex the other day when he had his team, I said, I look back 20 years, or sometimes people send me pictures of me behind some animal 20 years ago, and they're like, is that really the best calf that was there? They were tall, and they were shallow. They looked a little straight, but they were, I hope, at the particular time. It's like, what will these cattle look like 10 or 20 years from now? And we were having that debate, and I sure think we've got them wired in to high-quality cattle that are doing the right things, that are as close to industry acceptable as we've ever been, and that's fun, and I think you see that here. So that's enough talking. We've got a great showmanship competition to come up here later. Again, thanks for the opportunity to be out here, Renette. I'll look forward to working with Lauren tomorrow in showmanship. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause. We'll find you a top 5.
I hate to break it to you, Mark. You got to go 10 deep on the breeding heifer show. It was big enough we need a top 10, so his work is out.
Congratulations. Your first overall comes out of the champion percentage Simmental, Tatum Dorsey. And she's going to receive a buckle with some of her other awards. Second comes out of the champion maintainer class, Garrett Schultz.
Mary, you're hiding back in a corner. Step up here. As we're working this down, there's a lady that's going to come up here, and come on out here, Mary. You know, the Classic's been going 30 plus years, and normally this gal, she's been here every single year, but usually she's hiding in an office. Don't be shy, Mary. Put your hand up. And she takes vacation to be here, guys, to help with the Classic and work with the kids. And you know what? She volunteers her time, and so it's a small thing, but I'm going to ask you, put your hands together and thank Mary to her dedication to the Classic for 30-some years.
Get you caught up quick. Third overall will be Tatum Carlson. Fourth will be J.C. Wolfinger. Fifth overall is Devin Benish. Sixth overall, exhibited by Kinsley Bremer. Your seventh overall, exhibited by Brinley Albert. Eighth overall comes out of the reserve class, and the keys with Bailey Prince. Overall, ninth will be Luke Katz with the Scimitar. I stand corrected. With the 9th overall was Jace Prince. And 10th overall, Graydon Forbes. Just a quick reminder to the youth that have placed, we would like you to head over to the backdrop with your animal and meet with Megan with Next Level to have your photos taken. A 5-minute break is all they're going to take for getting ready for showmanship, so a 5-minute break. Of course, we'd like to thank Mark Core from Pella, Iowa for your part today. We'll see you back in the ring tomorrow. Now you get to go have some lunch and relax a little bit. And we'll be welcoming both Bob May and Lauren May from Mineral Point, Wisconsin, coming in to judge our showmanship. We will be starting with senior showmanship in 5 minutes. Senior showmanship in 5 minutes.
Well, I think we're ready to get our showmanship drives underway. And, even though we joked that Mark finally got a break, I probably shouldn't have said that because Bob May and Lauren May have been working the ring all day. And it's very much so my honor to turn the ring over to them as we're going to get our youth back here in the ring. And again, they've been analyzing showmanship all day today. So as they've been analyzing and working with the youth throughout the day, they're excited to bring some back in here kind of for the final drive, we'll say. So with that, Lauren and Bob, I'm going to turn the showmanship over to you guys. I've had a good question, Lauren and Bob. Which one do you want them to be paying all their attention to? Bob, Lauren, or the both of you? Lauren? Okay. Senior showman, you're going to be directing all of your attention to Miss Lauren. So Miss Lauren is who you want to direct all of your attention to.
I tell you, I would not want to be Bob or Lauren right now at this point. What do you think?
No, and you and I have been talking a lot about the showmanship button format that the Classic's using for the fall edition, and you were teasing me about I was dating myself when I talked about Exarban in the old days of how, at that show you had to be on point when you were showing. You needed to make sure you were showing that animal to the best of the ability and your presentation, and that's kind of why we do this show a little different with our showmanship. We've taken that philosophy of the judges are watching you and working with you all day. And so really, they've been doing showmanship all day, Susan.
Which is the way it should be. You shouldn't be on point just for showmanship. You should be on point from the very beginning. I think no matter what species you're showing, when you enter the ring, you're working to showcase that animal.
It is, and presenting your animal to the best of the ability and making sure you're getting all you can out of that steer and heifer from the time you hit the gate and the time you exit the ring. And when we go out searching for our judges, it's always a hard task, but when it came to selecting our judges for showmanship, and I've seen Lauren compete nationally. I've seen her at Hereford Junior Nationals and how she conducts herself in the ring. And, her dad is no stranger to the show ring. They've been raising club calves for many years. And, as he mentioned earlier, he's raised his legend. His daughter's with him today. He's got his son at home. And showmanship has always been a priority to them. And him as a breeder selling club calves, he knows that that's an important trait for those kids when they're taking the animal home. Showmanship is very much so one of the leading skills to get you to the backdrop. And sometimes it works and sometimes it don't. We all know sometimes your partner isn't having a good day. So these seniors, though, have been selected from being in the ring throughout the day today. And so those you ringside, let's put our hands together for all the seniors here today, guys.
Well, first off, I'd really like to thank Renette and her team for allowing me to be here. This is my first time getting to judge with my dad, and it's really exciting. And it just makes me a little emotional because I really look up to my dad, and I've never got to do something like this with him, so I thank you for letting me do this. I didn't think I was going to get emotional about it, but I am. For all of you seniors, first of all, my first advice to all of you is enjoy this while you can because it goes by so quick. Before you know it, you'll be at your last show, and you're pulling out of the driveway for the last time, and then you go to your next show and you're not showing, and it's a really weird feeling. So really enjoy your time getting to do this with your family or your friends, and make sure you thank those people who let you get to this point. For showmanship, for us, it's really important at home, practicing every day and, being with your animals, working with them, because showmanship is what sets you apart, whether it is showmanship or it's in the show. If you can't get your calf shown, doesn't matter how good they are. It's what sets you apart from your competitors. And it's something that's really important to us at home, and just little details for us, what we like at home. My dad and I and my brother, he's preached to us our whole life. We like someone who's consistent, we don't like you to be quick necessarily. We just like you to be persistent, and that show stick shouldn't be something that you're using to poke around. It should just be a guide to keep your animal calm. Just the little things that set seniors apart. You guys have, a lot of you in here, I'm sure, have been doing this for a long time. So for us, it's just little things, and just because you don't win today or make the top 10 doesn't mean we think you're a bad showman. It's just the little things to us. We're going to place all 15 of you because we've seen you all out here today, and you've all done a great job. So we're going to place 15, start with 15 and work our way up to the champion senior showman. And we really thank you guys for letting us get to do this, and look forward to the intermediates and juniors and peewees as well.
Again, let's put our hands together for Bob and Lauren for spending the day with us here, and they're jobbing over because they're going to be ringside tomorrow. And I tell you what, thanks for saying that. We've got enough sweatshirts and T-shirts, so all 15 will get a sweatshirt and a T-shirt. The top 10 will get that plus their banners. So again, congratulations to all our seniors, and we'll watch as they place our top 15 senior showmen from today. Well, Susan, you know, we got a lot of fun yet to have tonight. We'll roll into our intermediate showman next. Then we'll go to the juniors and the peewee, and that's pretty exciting to watch that next generation. And we've been talking about getting your name in the drawing, the juniors, making sure they went over to Ruthie K, got in the drawing for that bag. Parents, kids, whoever, make sure you stop by the landmark Tractor in the Ag Pavilion near the sale block and got in for the drawing tonight for the cooler. And then we're going to have our sale at 6 o'clock. We've just got 21 head to sell, so we've got 21 kids can have an opportunity to get into that reward program the Classic's got going on.
A lot of beautiful, amazing animals, and it's the opportunity, if you're not doing showmanship, to maybe be out there having that conversation if you're looking at a certain animal that you'd like to bring home.
Yep, and the other thing is those entry fees have been paid, so those cattle can show tomorrow if you want them to.
And just a quick reminder to all our showmanship exhibitors, you do have prizes that you can get, but we'd like you to put your animal back first and come back to get the prize. A lot of things to be holding on to while still trying to hold on to your animal as well. Unless you have somebody else there that can grab them for you, just plan to come back up to the corner of the arena to grab your prizes.
So, folks, the first thing I would say is what Renette alluded to a second ago is this is work here. And I'm telling you, you know, Mark Core is one of my best friends in the world, and he did a phenomenal job sorting these cattle today. But now we're down to, now it's personal. You know, this is somebody's kid, their grandkid, whatever the case might be. And if you can stand by and watch this and think, man, oh man, this is easy, this kid wins it easy, and that's not the case. Now, I will tell you the truth. We have decided on who is going to be the champion. We think there is a showman out here that just gets it so right so often. But with that being said, the runner-up is, you couldn't argue that about that exhibitor either. So we get all this. There isn't a kid out here that on a given day couldn't win a senior showmanship division anywhere. But today, it's, you know, a lot of it comes down to personal preference. It's kind of like Lauren talked about at home. We've always spent a lot of time. I'm sure there was times Lauren was probably pretty upset with me in terms of, set those things up and make them, make it become natural for them. And obviously, so many of these kids have been taught the same thing. And this is pretty phenomenal. And I know we got a ways to go yet. But I think the most impressive thing for me in this senior division, and I hope I don't offend anybody by saying this, but oftentimes when you get to the senior division, they're not as good a showmen as the juniors and the intermediates. And I really believe that because I think they're still trying to achieve that goal of being the very best. And I think as seniors, sometimes you get a little bit complacent, and that certainly hasn't happened today. We're going to pull 2 more females out of this lineup. Just happens to all be heifers are showing from today, of course. But with that being said, we're going to get you down to the top 2. I've made this comment before when I've judged. Any one of these kids could show for us, and I'd be dang tickled to stand ringside and watch them perform. But this has been a lot of fun. I know we got a ways to go yet. We're going to pull 2 more out of this lineup. We're going to get you down and get you a champion reserve. And obviously, we're going to go 10 deep here. We didn't want to let any kids stand out because we actually thought they were that good. So we'll wrap this thing up and move on to another division. But what an honor it's been to stand out here. And one thing I want to add, going on what Mark said about how this is, I'd like to think I'm as competitive as anybody in this building. But, as you get older, you realize that there's way more to this picture than just who gets to take the banner home and all the relationships you build and what have you. And these are going to be lifelong friends. You had Lauren alluded to the fact, she started the showmanship contest when she was a little girl, and it was very important to us, and I'm sure it's very important to you. But what I was fixing to say, and then I'll wrap this up, is one young gentleman down there toward the end, when I pulled him in, he said, "Thank you, sir." And I know that's not where he wanted to be. I never liked being down there. But those are the things you remember as an adult. These kids are raised right, and thank you to parents for giving these kids the opportunity. God bless y'all.
Congratulations to J.C. Wolflinger, your grand champion senior showmanship. And reserve will go to Spencer Wolohoski. Don't forget, head to the backdrop for those photos. And for the youth that have got your prizes, make sure you come back and grab them unless you have somebody to help you while you're holding your animal. Now we do have 2 heats coming in on the intermediate. So heat 1 will be entering the arena momentarily. Let's let all these heifers leave before you step into the ring. Again, there'll be 2 heats for intermediate.
Well, in the ring is our first heat of our intermediate division, and as I talked about during the seniors, you know, basically you've been doing showmanship all day, boys and girls. Bob and Lauren have been watching you all day, so you can kind of look at this as you're in the final semifinals right now, as we have 2 classes of intermediate showmen. And again, you know, you hear me joke about that's how Exarban used to be back in the old days. Probably some of your parents or grandparents can tell you about that. And that's why the Classic wanted to kind of do it a little different at the fall event and kind of bring that, I guess, opportunity and kind of create that awareness of how important showmanship is all day long showing. And so that you can get out here for kind of the semifinals, again, of the intermediate showmanship. This is heat 1. We will have heat 2, and then we'll go into our final drive of intermediate showman. Thanks to all our senior showmen for getting over to the picture backdrop. I know Megan and her team are excited to work with you so we can get your pictures taken. We'll work on getting our awards and all of the details of all of our winners posted on the Classic website and Facebook. So thanks to Megan and the team for being here from Next Level Images, and make sure and tell them thanks for being here to capture all of our photos at our fall edition.
So, folks, what we're going to do here, a little different than the last time, is we had the whole representation of the senior division, of course, and we've split this intermediate division. So this is, like Renette said, like a semi-final competition. What Lauren and I are going to do is we're going to pull out the top showman out of this class, okay? Not in any specific order. So if we pull you first, don't think you won your class. You didn't. You'll get to show your stuff when we come back in for the finale. So we're going to pick, I think we thought there was 6 or 7 maybe in this group that we're going to hold. Again, I want to tell you, it's in no particular order. We're just going to pull you out of here. We're going to let you guys go back and cool off for a minute. We'll get the next group figured out, and then we'll bring you back for your champion in the intermediate division.
So if you're selecting them, Bob, they get to come back for the final drive, correct? So if you select them, we'll let them exit out over here so they can come back around behind the curtain and be ready for the final drive. Ralston has moved the gate so you can kind of come easily over here if Bob selects you. Congratulations to all our intermediate showmen, and all of you can go back in the barn and know, you know what, you made it to the semifinals, guys. So congratulations, and put your hands together for all these intermediate showmen. They've been working hard all day, guys. All right, we're ready for Heat 2 and our intermediate showmen. The Classic wants to do a huge shout out to Brad and Sherry Hurst from H&H Show Supply. They have been our official show sponsor here as far as show products today. So if you haven't, and if you stop by H&H over there, make sure and tell Brad and Sherry thank you. They're doing their sponsorship as individuals, even though they handle all the Weaver products. They presented all of the items yesterday for that fitting contest. Basically, they donated over $4,000 in product yesterday for that fitting contest. So if you think of it and you see them out and about, make sure and tell them thank you. Also tonight, when you're coming back to the barn and looking at the steers and heifers that are going to be sold there, Mark Seffinga's back there with Box L. He personally donated those 3 blowers, so don't forget that when you're around back looking at the 20 steers and heifers we're going to sell here at 6 o'clock.
So just to reiterate what we told the kids in that last class, so it's fair, in case you didn't hear it, you're in the Make Ready ring, and that's simply that we're going to pull a few kids out of this class in no specific order, okay? If you're the first one to get pulled, it doesn't mean you won this heat. It just means you get to stay for the finale. One other thing, if someone could announce to the kids before they come in that Lauren is the dominant judge, okay? A couple of these kids seemed like they were confused who they were supposed to look at. So maybe announce that just before the kids come in again. So we just want them to be clear on that. So like I said, kids, we're going to keep a few head out of this division, this heat. Doesn't mean you won your heat. It means you get to come back for more, so, okay?
Again, just a reminder, as you are entering the ring, Lauren is your main judge. So remember that as you're entering the ring for all of the rest of the classes as well, our juniors and our peewees, including the intermediate that is in the ring now.
You know, Bob, you weren't kidding when you made the statement about we were just going to pick up the heat as we started working down in age. So any one of these could compete with your seniors, I think. And again, we've been talking about basically you've been in showmanship all day today. They've been watching you all day before you kind of made it to the semifinals, and now we're into our final drive on our intermediate showman. And as they mentioned, you are watching Lauren, so direct all of your attention to Miss Lauren.
As we get out here in our intermediate champion drive, a couple things me and my dad just talked about. It's just little things for us. Like I said, in senior showmanship, it's not necessarily that you do anything wrong. Maybe it's just you do something a little more fluid than someone else, or we just caught you doing something right at the right moment. All these kids could, like Renette just said, you guys could all compete in the senior showmanship. It's great to see you guys come out here and be so competitive. So just like the senior showmanship, we're going to place all 12 of you. So we'll start with 12th and work our way up to champion intermediate showmanship. Give these kids a round of applause. They do a great job.
Lauren just suggested something to me, and she's right. We want to make it clear. We're going to go up and shake the hand of the runner-up first, okay? We feel like it leaves a little more suspense to who's standing out there, the last man standing, if you will. So we don't want to take away from, the champion. And really, when you get to this point, I mean, this is like Lauren said, I'll reiterate, it's personal preference. A lot of times after a show, I'll have a parent say, "What Junior do wrong?" And it's not so much what Junior did wrong. It's maybe the kid ahead of him did it just a little quicker, a little smoother, a little better transition, if you will. One thing I would criticize just ever so slightly, if it's okay, and that's even when we got out here in this final drive, when these kids are this age, I expect quite a bit out of them, and so does Lauren. And when that gap gets taken from in front of you, it's just like a parallel, it's just like a parking spot. When that gap is available, get in it, okay? Or somebody else is going to take it, so to speak. So a lot of times we'd pull ahead of cattle, and at this age, I wouldn't even talk about it maybe in the junior and for sure not in the peewees, but fill that gap. Don't stand there like a deer in the headlights. Fill the gap, and it costs a couple kids, as good as showmen as they are, them are some of the things that comes down to, folks. So phenomenal set of kids. Again, just like the seniors, very, very respectful bunch of kids. I understand disappointment. I've dealt with it all my life, as anyone in this building has. So the attitude you take it with is what counts. So we're going to go up and shake the hand of the runner-up so nobody mistakes what we're doing here.
And congratulations, your grand champion intermediate showman is Garrett Schultz. Your reserve, Kira Bremer. Don't forget to head to the backdrop, get those photos. Ronette, this is where it starts to get really fun.
It is, and again, congratulations to all of our intermediate showmen. Again, you were in the semifinals out here, and then you made the finals. Like I said, you've been in showmanship all day today, so congratulations to all of these showmen. Now we're going to roll into this junior division. So junior division's coming in next. We've got 2 heats of our juniors. So parents on the back side of the curtain, make sure you're telling your juniors you're going to be watching Lauren. So direct your attention to Miss Lauren as we're doing our first heat in our junior showmanship. And again, senior showmen, you'll pick up your jackets, t-shirts, all at the backdrop. Make sure you go over to the backdrop, get your pictures taken. The top 10 banners are over there. And we're rolling into our junior showmanship. You know, Mark, do you tell your employees at Vermeer that certain things fall under all other duties? As assigned, and my apologies that as a judge, the running the manure fork fell under all other duties assigned. Again, the youth are receiving Aurora Cooperative sweatshirts. Thank you to the Aurora Co-op team. And I know Kevin Globius has been over at the Biozyme Sure Champ booth all day, and I think he's got some stuff for us to hand out tomorrow. We appreciate you guys being here all day. CVA Ag, I don't know if there's any of the team members still over there. We appreciate them. And you know, no stranger to the Classic is Randy Lenz with Purina, and I seen him earlier. I think he's ducked out now. So, but when you see Randy at some Classic events, make sure and tell him thank you.
So I know it's redundant and a broken record, but I just want each of these kids to understand, because they're fresh in the ring, that it doesn't matter how we pulled you. I think we kept, what, 7, 6? What did we keep? Yeah. Anyway, you kids get to come back, but just because you're standing that first slot didn't mean you won. It just means you're still standing, okay? Okay, so you keep your vest on. All right, so we'll see you back here in a little bit.
All right, again, the ones that are getting dismissed over here, you are going to get a comeback for the final drive of juniors. So we'll get you dismissed over here, and we'll get our second heat of our junior division. And again, make sure you understand, watch Lauren, guys. Lauren is where your eyes go. So juniors behind the curtain, make sure you know Lauren is who you're watching. All right, Ralston is directing our finalists there, starting with the young lady with the hot pink bow. You're going to come over here and exit and go around behind the curtain so you can join us for the final drive. So all of you up front there, follow out behind the curtain for the final drive. Well, again, the competition has just climbed a few notches, and these youngsters here, they've been showing all day. They've made us through some semifinals and the finals, and again, all of these kids are going to be getting presented a product from H&H Show Division. We've got banners for the top 10, and again, the Classics hat off to all of our juniors. You've done a great job all day long, and it's truly been an honor to have Bob and Lauren working with you, and when Bob said the heat was just going to keep coming, he wasn't kidding, guys.
our grand drive here for our juniors. My dad and I were just talking. You'd think as kids got younger it would be easier, but it's definitely not. We don't even have a decision made yet. All these kids do a great job. Just like we talked about before, it's not necessarily what you do wrong. It's just maybe you do something quicker, or we just caught you in the right moment. Another thing that my dad and I just talked about that we haven't in the senior intermediate is so many of these kids out here, they're intense. Like, you can tell these kids want it. You can tell they want to be here. They want to do well. They're competitive. And that's something that was preached to me and my brother as we were kids, and now the kids that are showing for us. You got to get out here and look like you want it. You want the judge to look at you and think that kid really wants to win. They want it more than anyone out here. And you can just tell when kids come out, right when they hit the gate, whether they want to be in here and be competitive. And all of you kids show that. And I think that's really important to a judge, to see kids that want to be here and want to do well. So, and all of you do that. We can tell that you're fierce and you're intense, and I think that's something that you really want to bring to the show ring, whether it's showmanship or in the show. You got to be intense, and we really appreciate that about all these kids, especially being juniors. So put your hands together for these juniors. We need to discuss a little more on our selection, but these kids do a great job.
I just want to reiterate something Lauren said, and what I'm going to say, probably most of you parents know it anyway, but maybe you don't, and that's simply this. Any judge that ever judges these showmanship, I think if you really made them think about it, when these kids hit the ring, you kind of get your decision. You don't have your final decision made. I mean, you got to see some things happen or not happen, but this is what we're taught. I can imagine, you know, it might be hard to imagine, but I was that age one time, and I'll guarantee you the chests, the hearts are about to pound out of the chests of these kids, and that's the fire we're talking about. They want it. And once in a while in families we sell to, where we'll get a steer or heifer placed in a real good home, but the kid will come out and he'll set his calf up, and it gets down there, getting toward the top of their class, and the demeanor never changes. They show their calf, and nothing ever changes about their mood. And what you kids and parents need to know, that a judge senses that. You see that. So, you know, that's something you might want to take home with you when you get down to this point. Not that probably most of the kids in this class didn't need it, but the intensity and the fire, like Lauren talked about, it's so critical when you get down to this point making your final decisions, because you don't have to have a degree in anything to see the talent of these kids. And so when we get down to this point, that's kind of what separates the men from the boys, if you will. I promise you we're going to make a decision here shortly, but this is the toughest thing we've done today. I mean, seriously, Lauren goes, who goes third? And I go, I don't know, you pick third. She goes, I don't know. And truly they're that good. I would love for any of these kids to show stuff for us. I mean, they're that good, and they're there, okay? It's kind of, I've always said, the elite showman, it's almost where you have to look where the kid ends and the calf starts. And you got 3 cases that probably deeper than that yet, but we've got to make a decision here. I know we got a sale to get done for, but any parent that's disappointed that you didn't win this in this trio or even in this division, I get it, but that's how good this is. That's how close we are here. So we're just going to say on the mic how we're going to do this, folks, because we just I felt a little bad when we started out today. I just thought it'd be cool if the last man standing was the last person we shook the hand of. So I'll say it again, this division was as tough as the senior division. And by age, they shouldn't be that good, not when you compare them. But they are. And so what we're going to tell you is the young man in the white shirt will be your runner-up. The little lady and standing first will be first.
Congratulations to Kinsley Bremer, your grand champion junior showman today. Your reserve will go to Luke Katz. We will have one heat Ronette, of Pee Wee Showman. And to me, this is the fun one.
It is. It's the future. Want to remind these juniors, go over to the backdrop. You're each going to get a Weaver H&H product. Again, we got banners for the top 10. Thanks, guys. And y'all did a great job all day long. And these Pee-wees, you know, they're just anxiously awaiting their turn. And so that makes the future look pretty bright of what's headed our way as far as being showmen at the Classic or being leaders in the beef industry as we move forward. And, you know, the enthusiasm back here behind the curtain, these guys better look out.
Yeah, no kidding. You know, when Bob was saying about the hearts beating in these kids, I was watching the parents, and I cannot imagine the heartbeats of those parents moments before those winners were selected.
It is, and you know, we talked a little bit about, Mark made the statement earlier about being involved in sports and all these club ball and everything, and you know, this is truly a sport to these guys. You know, they're putting in the hard work, the practice day in, day out, and this is their thing.
As it should be.
All right, I get our juniors out of the way here, and I think we're ready for our lineup of Pee Wee showmen. Again, Pee Wees, make sure you're watching Miss Lauren. One heat of Pee Wees. You're all going to be receiving scrub brushes from H&H, as well as we've got our banners for our top 10. So Well, wow, what a big day we've had, Susan. And you know what? Tomorrow it's going to be the same. We're going to start at 9 o'clock in the morning with our prospects, and Bob will be in the hot seat tomorrow judging the cattle. Lauren's going to team up with Mark Core, and they'll be doing our showmanship all day tomorrow. And so another round coming at us yet tomorrow. And you know, we're not done yet, folks. Here at 6 o'clock, we're going to have one of our first opportunities to get enrolled in the scholarship and award opportunities the Classic offers. That'll be underway at 6 o'clock promptly here in the Ag Pavilion. Juniors, if you got your name in to win that bag, make sure you're in the Ag Pavilion. We're going to draw for that bag, and you got to be in there to win it. We'll also be drawing for the John Deere cooler. So lots of opportunities happen. If you need to get a buyer's number, Neva and Mariah are set up in the Ag Pavilion. We'll get you a buyer's number and get ringside and check out all the opportunities coming for you with these projects.
Don't they have the chance, if they purchase tonight, to show tomorrow?
Good point. You know, the entry fees have been paid by the consigners, so they're all set and ready. You can show them tomorrow if you want to.
All right. Good luck to all tonight, and of course, good luck to these Pee-wees. They have been fun and entertaining to watch.
You know, Mariah's been up here all day streamlining on liveauctions.tv, and she just said, you guys got a better chance to win that cooler tonight than you do to win the Powerball tickets. So make sure you come on in the Ag Pavilion. Lots of opportunities happening here yet this evening.
So, folks, I know this is the wrap-up for this part of the event today, the showmanship. And again, like like Renette said, we got another showmanship event tomorrow. I wanted to end up here today. I mean, I told Lauren, I said, I'd like to be the guy on the mic when we get to these little kids. And the reason is, you know, when we started out the showmanship, you know, Lauren talked, and she got pretty emotional. And as a result, I got pretty emotional. And I think it's just indicative of what, you know, Mark alluded to it earlier today, and how this is such a family event, and there's a lot of, you know, we don't always agree on everything at home. It's just like getting ready for a sporting event. But what I'm most proud of when we get to this point is, you know, I am a guy that believes to the victor goes the spoils. But when it comes to this, every kid in this ring, and I'm not a believer of this, as we get to them older kids, to me, you don't share a trophy. The winner gets the trophy, but when it gets to this, I heard them announce that every kid's going to get a prize, and I'm proud of you for doing that, and I'm proud of you parents for taking the time and the effort. I know what this takes. I did it with my own immediate family for 26 years, and it can get expensive, it can get very time-consuming, and if you're doing it right, it can for sure get time-consuming. But I wanted to wrap this event up because it brings back memories to me. You know, Brock's 29 now, Lauren's 23, but it just seemed like yesterday, folks. And if I could tell you people one thing, you younger parents, and you're probably not going to listen to me because I didn't listen to people that told me when we kind of got started, they said, hey, you better enjoy every single minute of this because it's going to be gone before you know it. And I can remember the day I loaded Brock in his car to go to college, how emotional I got, and it was worse when Lauren went. But it was like, how could this have gotten here this quick? So it's going to happen to you folks too, so cherish this and give it all you got. Keep the pedal to the metal. You know, Mark alluded to the fact of, you know, this can get fairly expensive. Take the time to do it, folks. I'm not lecturing you because you're already taking the time to do it, but this is, I said that last division was incredibly tough, and we meant it. We got down to 3 kids, and we didn't know what to do for sure. Because they were that good. We hated putting that little girl with the pink bow in her hair third, but we had to. I mean, that's called life. We're going to place these. There's 11 kids here. They're all going to get a prize. Folks, I couldn't tell you how much I appreciate being here. Right out of the gate when we got here yesterday, it was about fitting, and the whole crew here, and I don't know everyone in this crew, but it was all an atmosphere about building relationships and kids, and sometimes we lose focus, myself included. Man, I like them purple banners, okay? And I think everybody here does. I love them purple banners, but we kind of lose focus sometimes. I still think you should run every race to win, but I think that there's no program like this program, and I applaud you kids for being out here, and even more so, I applaud everyone behind these kids for getting them out here. Thank you for having us. So, folks, this is, like I said a minute ago, this has been incredibly enjoyable for us. I like it when these little kids come out and show, and with the attitudes they come out with. So we got us down to two exhibitors here, and quite honestly, we've changed our mind, okay? The runner-up in this division, and you'll know who it's going to be here in a moment. One thing I'd like to see, and again, this sounds critical for we're little bitty kids, my Lord, but we still got to make a decision on this end of the microphone. So with that being said, the young lady with the black heifer, you're going to be runner-up, okay? I'm going to tell you why. You want to know why? Okay. Now, if we just go off your smile, you win it walking away. Every time we looked at her, she had the best smile of anybody out here. If we're just judging by smiles, the rest of you kids can just, she's got big old dimples, and every time Lauren and I would look at her, she'd get the doggonest best smile on her face. But one thing I want you to do, because you are awesome, okay? You got me? But when you get your heifer almost perfect, and you don't have her perfect, leave yourself that little gap, and I know I'm talking to a very young kid. Just pull her ahead a little bit and get her perfect, okay? Instead, you get excited and you take her for a big walk, okay? And have you got a dog at your house? Does it live in the house? Okay, well, that's not a good example then. But if you got a dog that lives in the house and you go to take it for a walk, it's jumping up on the door and scratching your door and all that stuff. Well, that's what cattle are. Every time you reward them when they're not set perfect and you take them for a big walk, they get to they never want to stand good, okay? You are a phenomenal, phenomenal showman, okay? You're going to be runner-up, young lady with the Hereford heifer. You are as savvy a pee-wee showman as I have ever seen, ever. By that I mean when someone moves their heifer, you are so attentive, you got savvy, okay? When someone moves one from in front of you, you are right on top of it, and that's very unusual. That's unusual for a senior once in a while. Sometimes they get daydreaming, and I'd take either of you. You're both phenomenal, but the little girl with the black heifer is going to be runner-up, and young lady with the Hereford heifer, you're going to win. How's that?
Congratulations to Blair Bueller, your Pee Wee Showman champion. Reserve will go to Blakely Cats. Just a reminder, we have a sale at 6 o'clock. Kids, if you haven't gotten yourself registered, Ronette, they need to get over there because I have seen that bag, and if any one of us could pass off as one of the junior exhibitors, we would have our name in that bin.
There is. I tell you, it's a nice set of steers and heifers. There's not very many of them. There's only 21. And, you know, it's a unique opportunity. They're broke. They're ready to show. Show them tomorrow. They're all paid up. You don't have to pay any entry fees. Be a part of the Classic Scholarships. Take them home. There's some nice projects. And, you know, when I was talking to some of the ringmen and the auctioneers, they said it's an incredible, docile set of steers and heifers, Ronette. They got some great dispositions. They're going to be a great project for some boys and girls that are wanting to go out and be competitive and have some fun.
You bet. And we will see you ringside tomorrow morning at 9.